Good evening, everyone, and welcome back for more Shadows Overloading. As always, I am Maniacal Engineer, and, yeah, we did not leave Ocean City last time. We basically just wandered around and got into a little bit of trouble and recruited Obi the Obo Hobo here. There's really not much point to chit-chatting. You get to learn a little bit about, you get to learn a little bit about your various companions. It's going alright, Joe. How are you, sir? It's been a little while. Windy City, I'm guessing, is Chicago, and then Frisco is Frisco from last time, so... yeah, it makes sense. Alright, so there's still quite a bit that we have to do. If we take a look at our map, right, we've never been to the chop shop. We also have to finish up at the tentacle house. And then there is the fridge factory with the, with the actual story progress in there. Ah, Pokemon TCG, huh? Okay. Whatever floats your boat. That's not a bad thing to get into. Then again, I don't really think there's much that's Pokemon that's bad to get into. Yechian Crystal. I have a potion effect. Here, Glockenspielery Flyer. Yes. Oh, good! Applications for a job is fine. Although, yeah, that's not exactly an encouraging... it's not exactly an encouraging thing when it looks like the person who's taking your resume is just kinda trying to avoid it. But we got this Glockenspielery Flyer from one of the Glocklins we beat up. So let's try to clean this town up a little bit. So let's read this Glockenspiel Flyer, or Glockenspielery Flyer. The flyer says that Gideon's Glockenspielery is your one-stop shop for Glockenspiels and Glockenspiel accessories. It helpfully includes an address. Location unlocked, Gideon's Glockenspielery. Now I know where the Glockenspiel store is. Alright, so if you'll recall, there are numerous gangs plaguing Ocean City. And those gangs are the Glocklins, the Doughboys, and the Tin Lizzies, although the Tin Lizzies aren't plaguing Ocean City so much as they're making it a prettier place. But let's actually head off to... actually, there's one thing that I want to do beforehand. I do have some meat now. I'm going to pop in here. And... oh yeah, right. Hi. Hello, how's the grenade project? I forgot about this. Hello, how's the grenade project coming? I threw all 6 of them, and 4 of them blew up in my face. Yeah, that is bad. So, I will also point out, this is not a consistent thing. This is really not a consistent thing. Because I've had instances where 2 out of 6 blow up in my face. I've had instances where 3 out of 6 blow up in my face. I don't think this is a consistent thing. So, I just got particularly unlucky with this run. So yeah, he gives me 200 meat. It's not really a discount, it's more of a flat reward because he doesn't like doing arithmetic. I can't say I blame him. Also get 10 XP. And while we're here, I do want to get the Cola Wars gas mask. Now, I'm buying it for 70. He did give me 200, so I still made some money off of it. Before I go off to the Glockenspielery, I'm going to go to the boardwalk and get a picture taken with it, so I know you know, I only get 30 for it, but then that effectively makes the price of this thing 40 instead of 70. So, slightly better. Alright, I actually have to put that thing on first, though, so... Now, this hat's technically perfectly optional, and again, unless you're specifically using it for the stench resistance, not worth it to buy specifically for that hat thing. But, I believe there's a reason... Oh, I'm gonna fight you doughboys. Although, to be fair... I really should have re-equipped my Hoojamajiggets, but that is 2 more... Wow, that did a lot! Wow, that did a lot! Ow! Sorry, I was half paying attention because... I had to increase my spider count. Jesus! Alright, so what have I got? I can do 13 hot damage... That one's got 14 HP, so it would be enough to take it out because he's poisoned, so he can't go. So if I can take you out because I've got 2 AP. Just for variety, we'll do Stench and Sleaze, but I didn't have to. And then let's flip you over with the tongs. You're poisoned, so you can't do anything now. Like, as soon as you try, you'll faint, or die, or whatever. Obi, you can play a hot lick. Tentacle gonna slap that thing anyway. And, okay, it never even gets to go. Good! A victory for us. And Arlington grew stronger. Hooray! Oh no! Glocklins! I didn't expect to see them here. No, of course I expected to see them here. As soon as they notice you, these Glocklin guards start playing a menacing tune on their glockenspiels. Well, as menacing a tune as it's possible to play on a glockenspiel anyway. Which is honestly not particularly menacing, but their intent is clear. Talk to them! Hi, hello, what want you? Well, I want to go look at the building behind you. The old glockenspiel shop. This is a hideout. You are in there not allowed. Aw, please. No, it is only for gang members. That is the whole point of a hideout. I want to talk to your boss. Have you an appointment? No. Can I make one? No. I want to buy a glockenspiel. You have good taste in musical instruments, but our glockenspiels are not for sale. Oh, come on, everything has a price. The price of a glockenspiel is no meat. 9 meat? I'll pay you 9 meat for one. That joke does not work even. Little German-speaking or German-accented goblins. Alright, fine. You literally leave me no choice. I want to fight him. And that means 2 more spiders. Hooray! I need to find a better way of increasing this count. I forgot how I, have that disgusting cheese smell now. Alright, so this one is no longer a threat because gonna faint. Or gonna, that is excessively poisoned. I can take that out with a queso fustalento. Yes, good. Then I can do that. And I only have my attack left. That should be enough to take out the spider. And Obi can take that one out. And like I suspected, that one would die to poisoning. Hooray! You won. The path to the Glocklin hideout is now unobstructed. Excellent. If you were an insectologist, you could harvest some stuff from these insects. But the owner of this place added a huge wasp nest in case the keep out sign wasn't sufficient. Can't do anything here, though. Hard times for non-glockenspiel businesses. Mallets. The Glocklins have really bled this store dry. Mallets, accessories, suspenders, ringers, dingers. So you can technically avoid all of these guys. Ringers, dingers, dongers, and you can go straight for the boss back here. But it's a much better and easier fight if you deal with these ones first. This goblin is pounding out music that sounds like a quaint mountain village being completely wiped out by an avalanche of tiny sparkling jewels. Interrupt them. Wow, you're really going to town on that thing. On the contrary, I am playing it right here. Convince them to stop. You reach around behind the goblin and tap them on the opposite shoulder. When they look, you deftly snag the mallet out of their hand. Huh? Hey, where is my mallet went there? It was wild. You were playing so fast, you accidentally threw it right out the window. Don't worry, I'll save your place here while you go look for it. Oh, thank you. The goblin scampers out the door. Nice. This goblin is pounding furiously on their glockenspiel. It sounds like the background music they'd use in a war documentary. If the documentary was about dogfighting raids made by an air force entirely consisting of butterflies. Interrupt them. Hey, could you maybe... Jeez, you're really sweating up a storm. I am so tired, but I must on-play. Their hands and the rest of them look really sweaty. You could probably yank the little mallet out of their grasp, but that would require getting in sweat spray. Ooh, so 3 stench armor. I think I've only got 2? Yeah, that only provides 2. One nice thing about this is I can filter by armor. So, yeah, the only thing that I've got for stench armor is the Cola Wars gas mask. Unfortunately, I used up that cologne earlier and then overrode it. But this would be why you would want the Cola Wars gas mask. Is there anything else? Well, you know what? While I'm here, I can deal with the other ones, I think. This goblin is pounding that glockenspiel like their life depends on it, filling the room with what exciting boss music would sound like a magical starlit fairyland. The Starlight Zone from Sonic 1 had pretty good music. Hey, could you do me a favor and stop playing that glockenspiel for a while? No, never. Please, this music is my life. I will never to stop. Remove the goblin with 3 muscle. You pick up the goblin bodily, open the door, and chuck them outside. The goblin is too focused on his music to resist, or even really object. Okay, then. This goblin is hammering out music that sounds like tiny crystalline snowflakes combining together into a blizzard that destroys the entire Midwest. Well, that sucks for me. Interrupt them. Hey, could you stop playing for a bit? Haha, 9. Trick them into stopping with Bewitch. You waggle your fingers mystically at the goblin. You want to stop playing and leave the room. That is not the case. Why did your eyeballs all fairly go? Huh, does hypnosis not work on goblins? I guess it does not. Well, you should leave because the acoustics are bad in here, and your music will sound much better outside. Oh, okay. The goblin scampers out the door. Phew. Alright, let's see if I can't... Maybe the old Cola War store has something else for stench resistance in it. Psychogeologist. Petrified old espresso bean. Hooray. Let's see. No. Sleaze armor by 3, but that's a no. And the trench spork, so that's a no. I'm gonna buy maybe a couple of those. It's not a terrible thing to have. Alright, so I don't think that there's actually 3 stench resistance because I used up that frickin' cheap cologne. Oh no, the Tin Lizzies again. You pass by an alley where 2 women wearing grease-stained coveralls and welding masks are slouching against a wall, sharing a cigarette. They glare at you as you pass. Hey, isn't that the little blister that Zinc Goldie was telling us about? They lower their masks and snap their fingers. The tips of their index fingers spark into white-hot flames. Let's weld her tailpipe shut. 2 more spiders. I almost forgot to do that. Plus 4 poison. I love that she just damages... That's going to be very helpful for an upcoming fight, by the way. Because, in case I didn't make it clear last time, I'm not going to be paying those mobsters 500 meat, or even 100 meat. I intend to fight them. Swear at the spider. Hit the Tin Lizzie with a cheese missile, or the queso fustolento, because technically the missile is this one. And then... Good job, Tin Lizzies. Good job. Hand-washing gasoline and a welding mask. Ooh, the welding mask! Oh, actually, let's talk to Obi first. Obi stops to stretch and do some knee bends. How you doing there, Obi? Doing just fine. This is more exercise than I'm used to, strictly speaking, but I'm used to hoofing it, so it ain't no thing. Gotta show these dirty so-and-sos a real bum's rush. So Obi now has a higher speed and will act earlier in combat, which is good. Welding mask, +1 physical, +1 hot, which is good. That's fine. So alright, I'm still gonna deal with Gideon, despite the fact that we've still got this dinger in here. So it'll make the fight a little bit more difficult. Now, you can't go past him. Probably just as well. This one is empty, no slats, no ringers. And then, yeah. So I can show you that at least having more goblins in this room will make the fight more difficult without it being insane. This goblin looks a bit tougher than the others. Also, they're at the back of the room, so they're probably the boss. They look both delighted and outraged to see you. Since that's a tricky combination of emotions to imagine, let's just go with excited. Talk to them. As you step closer to speak to the goblin, you notice that they appear to be wearing authentic German lederhosen, rather than the makeshift shorts and suspenders getup that the other Glocklins are wearing. Not that you're an expert in traditional European fashions or anything, though. They sneer at you with glittering eyes. So, you break at my house in, and beat my gods together. Think you can Gunsa the boss of the Glocklins defeat? You pause for a second to parse this. Actually, I just want to talk. Ha! You think that goblins are pretty stupid, I bet. But you have one other thing coming. If I don't feel like having a conversation about goblin intelligence, can I just say yes and then we fight? Sure. No, I know goblins aren't as dumb as they seem. Oh yes? Yes? What you know about that, huh? Well, I read a magazine article about it once. A lot of it went over my head, but basically, since goblins are fungal creatures... Hi, Normans. Also, welcome. Basically, since goblins are fungal creatures instead of mammals, their brains work pretty differently, and they find it really hard to extrapolate from familiar experiences to unfamiliar ones. So when they're dealing with novel situations, they tend to just make wild guesses about how they're supposed to behave. Oh, I am actually surprised. Furthermore, because of the way they pass knowledge to their children, goblins are always really excited about having lots of novel experiences. So they're constantly putting themselves in situations where they have no idea what to do, deliberately. Okay, in fact, you know much about it. I am a little impressed. Why you know so much about these things? I was stuck in a dentist waiting room for a while and didn't have anything else to read. Also, I have to know how to take care of the little goblins. So now what? Okay, well, you have proven that goblins are not dumb. You have proven that goblins are not dumb sink. But that was really just a rhetorical question. Yeah, I guess I was showing off a little. So, we have a fight now, yes? Is there a peaceful solution to this? A peaceful solution for you in my home invading? I suppose you want that you just let... I suppose you want that you just let... Just leave let? Yes? Okay, bye. What, really? No. Or should I say 9? I mean, I can technically leave, yes. But if I actually want to deal with this, I have to fight. So, we have now a fight, yes? Okay, let's fight. There is no peaceful resolution to this. If you are playing the game in pacifist mode, you cannot oust the Glocklins, which means you're not going to get the best ending. Huh, I thought Gunther here would have more... I think it's just that he ends up with more HP if you have guards in there still. I don't think the guard... Well, yeah, the guard is apparently not part of it. Normally, I do this a little later and I have something that's got +5 stench armor. But I'm trying not to be too overpowered when I do stuff. Anyway, Gunther is immune to bleeding, so the straight-up damage that you get from Hot Lick is going to be your friend here. Can you smell me? Unfortunately, they are not immune to Margaret's stench. You're needing for speeding hot per... What? I don't know what you just said. Alright, so here's what I'm going to do because it's going to be funny. I'm going to hit him with the Glocklin Mallet Ball. I'm going to sleaze him. That's 18. I can get it with 15, so... Oh, you're playing Need for Speed Hot Pursuit. I see. I think. And this should take out Gunther. Not the spider, though. But Obi will take care of that. Well, Obi and the poison will take care of that. Excellent. You won. Gunther has spieled his last Glock in this place. He slinks off to find some other venue to terrorize with his plinking. His remaining Glocklins look at each... Well, look around, because there's just one, and scurry out. Gain 7 XP, and Arlington the Mockingbird has grown stronger. Excellent. Glockenspielery's dusty old cash register. Loot it. Hooray! 200 meat. Thanks, Gideon, whoever and wherever you are. Must be full of Glockenspiel wrenches? Huh. Just regular tools, it turns out. Got an item, sharpening stone, and spray on asbestos. Safe and effective fireproofing in a convenient aerosol can. Adds +1 hot armor to a pair of pants. And the sharpening stone adds 1 bonus damage to a weapon. This is such a high-quality sharpening stone that it even works on things that don't have blades. We're going to save both of those for when I have something that's a little better. Also, hand-washing gasoline. Tin Lizzie's hands get really dirty, and the only thing that really works to clean them is gasoline. Magical weapon attacks increased by 3, but I already have a good potion in effect. But there is this. Wow, an upright glockenspiel. This would look good in your room. Drag it there! So now we have yet another item in our room. Your hard-won glockenspiel. This doesn't actually do anything other than make music, but it's a nice decoration in your room. Many, 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 many more to come. Alright. So the next place I'm going to go the Doughboy headquarters is Snackle Mills, right? We know that. But I'm going to go to the Chop Shop next. It's about time I stopped skirting around and avoiding the Tin Lizzies. I promised I'd stop by there. As you're walking through Ocean City, you encounter a mailbox that has been tipped over by some vandals. Write it. Write the letterbox was heavier than it looked, but you're more responsible than you look too. Uh-huh. You managed to sneak up to the Tin Lizzie's hideout without anyone noticing. You aren't going to stay unnoticed for long, though. This place is crawling with Lizzies. Unless your first move is to turn tail and run, I guess. I love the Tin Lizzies. This car looks terrible, but it's... Oh. Duh. This was also a way to get stench armor. I'm so stupid I forgot this was here. And that's an accessory, whereas the Cola Wars gas mask is a... So I could have had both of them at the same time. Whatever, it doesn't fucking matter. Freshener is gone, but the freshness remains. Alright. What are my stats? Should be good enough. Decorate over. I love that I had that. The wherewithal to get this last time. It's not the best skill, but like constantly damage enemies is great. I might go for Gorgonzola's Guile next. I know that I should be or potentially focusing on Mind over Monster, but plus 5 XP will make it easier to fill in the rest of these. So alright. A couple of Tin Lizzies are busy trying to dismantle a car that is already pretty thoroughly mantleless. It's like watching someone trying to scrape just one more sandwich worth of meat out of a leftover turkey carcass. Ugh. Get the jump on them. So you do have to fight the Tin Lizzies here. It is unfortunate, but you do have to fight the Tin Lizzies. It is worth it, though. It is very, 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 very much worth it. Alright, so Obi over here. Obi can take out one of these wrenches with no problems. Take a whiff of this. The Tin Lizzies, you can see, don't have a ton of HP, right? So I can swear at this one. I can launch a Queso Fustalento at that one. Spiders, by the way, in case it's not obvious, they're immune to poisoning. And I can flip that one for 15. So I've got a pretty good thing going here. You successfully got revenge for that poor car. 5 XP, 11 meat. Excellent. Really ought to put it out of its misery. Maybe that's worse. Greasy toolbox. You got greasy gloves. All 11-in-1 oil and spray on asbestos. Which brings me to another point. You can't use multiple of the same modifier on the same pair of pants, so even though I have 2 spray on asbestos now, I can't use them on the same pair of pants. It's just an old oil barrel. Since it's open, it's full of rainwater. Fish! Hand washing gasoline. Hooray! Filthy rag. Hooray! Just fishing around for some of the Tin Lizzie's discard face grease. Okay. 50-50 mix of engine oil and moisturizer, useful in both the skincare regimen and a 2-stroke engine. These Tin Lizzies are so practical. Given its proportion, it's actually more of a raggy filth. Slap an opponent with it, dealing your muscle and stench damage, which is offhand item. I like my How to Curse Like a Sailor better. The all, by the way, applies 3 bleeding to an enemy. If you see a pointy bit of metal with a wooden handle, that's an all. That's an all, folks. This ingenious device consists of a cardboard tree soaked in kind of a nice-smelling oil. Greasy gloves are +1 sleaze armor. Some of these gloves are so greasy that it prevents any more grease from reaching inside. The 11-in-1 oil, according to the fine print on this can, 11 of the world's religions are actually part of a larger secret religion understood only by the man who owns the company that makes this oil. Increases moxie by 1. So, alright. A bunch of tin lizzies are hanging out here. Their attention is mainly focused on something further to the right. The camera doesn't move far enough for you to see what it is. Well, the only way through is to push my way through, which is a fight. Again, you have to fight the poor tin lizzies. I feel really bad about it, I do. But trust me, this is going to be worthwhile. Also, again, just like the Glocklins, they're one of the gangs in this city, so you do kind of have to deal with that. Take out one of those. Oh, you set my spider on fire. That was really rude. You poisoned Obi. Yes, yes, breathe it in. Alright, so again, we've got the Tin Lizzies do not have a ton of HP. So we'll swear at this one. We can Parmesan missile this one. Hocus Roquefortis. The spider, I think, is probably more of a threat, because it's got more HP. So the Piper Striped Sniper Spider is the one that we hadn't seen yet. And you should be able to be taken out by my spider. Hooray! You won. Time to see what all the hoopla was about. 7 XP, 11 meat, face grease, and hand-washing gasoline. Excellent. A welding bench. There's a welding mask on top of it, so you can get another welding mask here if they didn't drop one. More like a picked-apart truck as opposed to a pickup truck. Oh? Oh? And who might this be? A muscular woman with flaming red hair is sitting in a throne made of welded together wrenches and glaring at you. She seems nice. I like her already. I mean, again, muscular, flaming red hair, throne made of welded together wrenches, the boss of a gang of female carjackers and the chop shop boss, like the leader of the female greaser gang. Yeah, she's cute. Well, she's a stick figure, but she's a cute stick figure. I stand by what I said. Alright, approach her. The woman gives you the traditional slow, sarcastic clap as you step forward. I don't know if that's coming through. I can't really clap my hands right now because of the stupid brace I've got on my arm. Nice entrance. Thanks, nice chair. Thanks. Now, who the hell are you? I'll introduce myself politely. I'm Margaret Eckelberg. Nice to meet you. And you are? Well, ain't you sweet? I'm Big Liz. Big Liz Studebaker. I'm the boss of this gang. Yes, Big Liz Studebaker. The flaming red flaming red-haired muscular leader of the Tin Lizzies. Makes sense that they're called the Tin Lizzies because their leader is Big Liz. Yeah, that makes sense. Alright, now, considering that you just busted into my scrapyard and beat up 5 of my girls, plus however many... Look, I tried as much as I could to not beat up your girls on my way here. So you can fight her. You can get your gang to stop attacking her in you in the streets. But, So anyway, now, considering that you just busted into my scrapyard and beat up 5 of my girls, plus however many on the way here, I figure you got something on your mind. So what is it you want, exactly? I didn't really have any particular goal in mind. You just wandered in here and beat up my girls for no reason? Well, it seemed like the only way to get to the other side of this room. ... I'll tell you what. You got this far, and my girls ain't no slouches. That's worth some respect, so I'll grant you a boon. A boon, like a favor? Yeah, within reason. How do I know this isn't some kind of trick? It's no trick. You can trust me because I'm sitting on the Crescent Throne. That means everything I say is automatically true. Wow! Like the Pope? Kinda, yeah. We're real into hierarchy and chain of command around here. This is important information! Neat! Anyway, what if you say you have 1,000,000 meat? What? What if you say black is white? It isn't magic, it just... Look, part of being a good leader is not trying to use your power in stupid ways. God damn it! I want to use my powers in stupid ways. Aww. Anyway, you get 1 wish. What'll it be? More? You cannot wish for more wishes. Nuts! Alright, so you can ask her to call off her girls, and that'll prevent the Tin Lizzies from attacking you anymore. You can wish for prizes, in which case she lets you into the maintenance shed. I don't know what wishing to join the gang does. I think she gives you the tin whistle, and that basically lets you summon a Tin Lizzie to help you in combat. You can fight her, which gets you the Crescent Throne if you win. But if you do this, you'll get all of them without having to beat up the cute, muscular redhead. I wish to sit in your swell chair. Nope. Aw, come on, just for a second. Only the boss of the Tin Lizzies can sit on the Crescent Throne. Sorry, kid. That stinks. Don't give up. You'll need either Bewitch, Bamboozle, or Brag, plus 4 of your main M stat. But if you have that, you can say, come on, let me sit in your chair. You waggle your fingers at her and do that trick where your pupils go all swirly. It's perfectly safe and couldn't possibly result in any problems. I promise. Well, alright, but just for a second. Wicked! Big Liz stands up and you take her seat on the Crescent Throne. It's cold and not very comfortable, but it does make you feel pretty powerful. Wow, this is great! Glad you like it. Now get up. Nah, seeing as how I'm the boss of the gang now, I think I'll enjoy it a little longer. What did you just say? I said I'm the boss of the Tin Lizzies now, and I said it while sitting on the Crescent Throne. Twice. Nice try, dipstick, but the power of the throne doesn't apply unless you are already the boss. Or unless you already are the boss. I was the boss as soon as I sat down. You said, while sitting here, that only the boss of the Tin Lizzies can sit on the Crescent Throne, and here I am sitting on it. Ipso facto, I'm the boss. Why, you little... And the first change I'm making is that from now on, changes in gang leadership can only occur via written agreement from the current boss, which is me. You promised me you wouldn't cause any problems. I don't see any problems from where I'm sitting. Grrr. Take it easy, Big Liz. I'm just messing with you, huh? I don't have time to run a gang. I'm busy. But I'm busy with something kind of weird, and I think I might need your resources. So, you can run the gang, same as always. All I need from you gals is to help me out if I need backup. ... I swear on the Crescent Throne that as soon as I'm done with this whole crazy mess I've fallen into, I'll make you full official boss of the Tin Lizzies again. Alright, I guess I deserve it for falling for that trick. You win, boss. Great! Here, you can sit back down if you want. This thing is uncomfortable. I'll stand, thanks. So, what do you need from me? Well, I could use some supplies. Supply shed's over there. Here's the key. Got an item, chop shop shed key. If you get in any trouble in town, just give a whistle and one of the girls will come and help out. Got an item, the tin whistle. So again, the tin lizzies will no longer attack you. You get the contents of the chop shop shed. You can get assistance from the tin lizzies in battle. Plus, instead of, if you encounter them while wandering around, they'll actually either give you meat or give you encouragement or give you supplies instead of fighting you. And there's one other benefit that I'll show in a bit. Thanks. Excellent. Big Liz gives you an annoyed but resigned look. Talk to her. What do you need, boss? Sorry I tricked you out of your gang. It was a dirty trick, but it was by the book. I should have been more careful, that's all. See you later. It's alright. An old school blacksmith's anvil. This must be where they work on the really vintage cars. Then you've got this car has not been noticeably chopped yet. Look inside. Doors are locked. I have a wire coat hanger, so we'll jimmy the lock. You unlock the car, ruining both the lock and the hanger in the process. So again, it's just like lockpicking with a needle. Glove compartments full of meat. Gain 100 meat. I told you you wouldn't miss the 30 meat that you could potentially get from Elias at the beginning of the game. I mean, I've already got over 1,100 meat. I haven't exactly been responsible with my meat. Which is not a thing I ever thought I would say on stream. Anyway, in the shed, a shelf covered with various greasy metal objects. You get anarchist's hardware, which is fantastic. Battered toolbox, you can grab a crowbar. Car door, which gives you the chopped off car door item. That is an offhand item. Deals your muscle and physical damage and reduces an opponent's mysticality. Only usable once a fight. Poster says antifreeze is delicious, but it's poison. I asked Dawning if that's applicable to goblins, but it probably isn't. Every day on this calendar just says crimes. Bunch of repair manuals for cars you've never heard of. Except, one of these books is about weapons instead of cars. You get an item. Welding and wielding. Fascinating. I'm going to wait to read that book until Snowy shows up, because I know he's going to appreciate it. Workbench covered in tools. Make some stuff. So you can use your energizing powder, frosty flakes, phlogistic resin, powerful grit, glowing ooze, sorted grease, and your anarchist hardware. So if you have the anarchist hardware, you can make some fancy combat items. And I'm going to make... Ooh, decisions. I like the Vigor Inhaler. So I think I'll make one nuclear bomb. And we'll go with one Vigor Inhaler. Now I can just make basic combat damages, which... not as good. Not as good. But I think both of those items that I just made are going to be helpful for a fight coming up. Poor Big Liz. I'll make it up to her. I swear. But alright, now that that's done, there is in fact one more thing we can do. Well, the Crescent Throne is yours now. You could drag it back to your room if you wanted to. Okay, I'm gonna do that. So behold the new location where the Crescent Throne is going to be forever. Crescent Throne, your birthright. Now, remember that this Glockenspiel does nothing for you. That's not the case for, and neither does this rock. But there are some items that you will find where you gain effects from them. You sit for a moment and reflect both on your power and your responsibilities. Gain an effect. Heavy is the hand. So if we take a look at my effects now, Heavy is the hand deals +3 damage for ranged weapons. So that's nice. You will have to replenish that every day, but it's in your room now. So you literally will wake up in the morning and sit in the throne, plus whatever other items, because spoilers, there will be other items that you... Boy, Normans, you missed me taking over the Tin Lizzies from the cute, redheaded, muscular Big Liz Studebaker, and you come back to hear that I'm making nuclear... I'm not making nuclear bombs, don't worry about it. Nobody worry about it. Shush! Anyway, we've ousted 2 of the gangs, might as well go after the 3rd. So let's go to Snackle. There was not a fuse at the Tin Lizzie's shop, which is a shame. By the way, right, since I defeated the Glocklins and since I, well, became the leader of the Tin Lizzies, I will not run into them as combat, right? I don't think I'll run into the Glocklins ever again. I did take the throne, yes. I stole Big Liz's throne, which is... well, she'll get it back. But yeah, you won't bump into the Glocklins at all, and you won't run into the... like, running into the Tin Lizzies is now positive. But we're gonna ambush them. They're the frickin' doughboys. I don't care about them. They suck. But alright, Obi, my Obi friend. Boy, these guys are something. That guy's got 15 HP. That guy... I do not like that. Behold the glory of cheese. Oh, you've got stench resistance, don't you? That sucks. But alright, your stench resistance isn't going to be a match for my hot damage. I should still be able to... like, you're impotent now, because the poison's going to take you out as soon as you try to go. So I'll focus my Questo Fustalento on this guy. Take him out. And as for you... tongs for nothing. Ouch. And you didn't have to take out that guy. I would have preferred if you took out the tentacle, but sure. An inspiring dance. Dances are good. Baskin. Oh yeah, that's every turn it does that. Every turn. So, in this city, you have 3 gangs. Or, more accurately, had 3 gangs. You had the Glocklins, who are a group of German enthusiast goblins playing on glockenspiels. You have the Tin Lizzies, who are a gang of female greasers / mechanics who basically run a chop shop. And you have the Doughboys, who are, yes, a rogue group of bakers. Yeah, these are the gangs that run rampant in this city. Plus tentacles. Lots of tentacles for some reason. And I can't remember where the Fargthal I'm supposed to go to find a fuse. Yeah, I don't think I battled these guys at all while I was here, because I didn't have to. I just did some baking. Well, the spiders aren't a gang, Aragon. movie bad. They're just kind of here. And again, I will point out that part of the reason the spiders are here is because I'm specifically playing this in arachnophilia mode. Because I feel like it. Also because it makes the game more fun, and I can have a spider count. But alright, let's take out the doughboys. Yeah, the spiders just kind of exist. The doughboys are clearly less aggressive than other street gangs in that they're glaring at you and muttering angrily to each other instead of already having attacked you. However, it's also clear that you aren't getting past them without a fight, so I'm going to get past them. And as a result, 2 more spiders. See, the problem with counters like this one and the Francisco Whiplash one and the I Want to Kill Losses Edgeworth one is I have to update, which it means that it's a good counter. It does. But okay, so you've got stench armor. You've got stench armor. And then each of these guys will always heal up their whoever for 3. But you can take this guy out. Flower Storm. I don't like things that attack all enemies, but that is such a good ability that she has, where she literally just damages everyone. Swear at this guy. Actually, I should not have done that, because this is stench damage, but whatever. I can deal stench damage to this one. And we'll flip that. Although, to be fair, I should have gone for the other one, because the other one hadn't attacked yet. I'm a doofus. Although... Yep, okay, it got poisoned enough, so that's fine. Obi will take out that spider. But again, you can see... Doughboy Rolling Pin. What does that do? Magical weapon. Normally, the entire purpose of Rolling Pin is to stop Flower from being in all kinds of different places, but this one has ideas of its own. 2 physical damage to all enemies, but I don't like that so much. We already had the clammy dough blob. We already saw what the fresh baked dough roll is. Oh yeah. So, okay, nuclear bomb, a deadly blend of old-timey iconography and newfangled atomic technology. In your face, Oppenheimer. This handy device stores aerosol stimulant powder and pressurized Vim chamber, allowing for rapid inhalation through its conveniently mouth-shaped verve pipe. Mountain of unsold snackle cakes. This must be the boss's office, since it's the only office. Hey, shouts one of the remaining doughboys. Get away from that door, you muffin forker! So as long as there are doughboys in here, you're not going to be able to get into the back office. I skipped over that text, but whatever. I don't give a fork. Alright, so these guys only have 8 HP. So if I do 4 HP damage to you, there's 2 poison. Breathe deeply of my power. Alright, so you don't have... None of you have sleaze or stench resistance. So we'll take you out. We'll Parmesan missile you. Abracadabra! We'll do this... I increased the spider count for this, right? I think I did. Someone in chat tell me, did I increase the spider count for this? I think I did. Doughboys couldn't stand your heat. I do bring a lot of heat and a lot of stench. I don't know if there's anything that I can actually do with this huge mound of loose sugar. I have not figured out anything that I could potentially do here. Okay, I did go from 64 to 66. I thought, look, with all of the frickin' encounters, I'm never 100% sure. Anyway, go into the boss's office. The leader of the Doughboys, identifiable by the fact that he has a greasier hat and more rivets on his jacket than the other Doughboys, if not by the fact that he's in the manager's office, doesn't notice you when you enter. He appears to be focused on several large piles of wet bread dough lying on the ground around him. Weird. If you were interested in the history of Ocean City baking industry, this shelf of receipts would be a treasure trove. You are not. Huh. My controller is shaking. The boss Doughboy has not taken notice of you yet, but he's probably not so dense that you can get any closer to him before he does. Approach him. What the? Who the halva are you? Halva isn't really bread. Ugh, fine. Get the hallelujah out of here then. What's hallelujah? It's sort of Chilean flatbread. I feel like you're really scraping the bottom of the biscuit barrel with that one. Get out of here right now, or I'm going to beat the crepe out of you. Oh, that's much better. What are you doing with all those piles of dough? Not that it's any business of yours, but I'm perfecting my recipe for bread golems. Soon I'm going to be running this town. Oh yeah? You and what army? Me and an army of bread golems. Were you not listening? I probably shouldn't let you get away with this. You'll be lucky to get away with all your arms and legs. Rise, my minions. Rise. Literally, because they're dough. He waves his arms wildly, and the bread dough around him congeals into two large bread golems. Uh-oh. Well, this is gonna be fun. Also, two more spiders. So you see you've got Ross, quote-unquote, Doman Shiabata. You've got a bread golem. You've got another bread golem. Ross has his little dough baby, and of course they've got their spider, because they always have their spider. Hoderick the dough baby. I'm going to go for a hot lick against one of the bread golems. Bake it a little more. It uses bread swat, and that deals a substantial amount of damage. As will this spider, plus it lights me on fire, god damn you. But now the stench damage took out that one, and the little dough baby. So I don't have to worry about that anymore. I need to get rid of you. So I am going to Queso Fustalento you. I could get rid of the spider, but you're an actual problem. So I'm going to teach you how to swear properly, young man. And then, actually, I'll show off what this does. I should have done this before, but it summoned a Tin Lizzie, who's good, right? So we now have Iron Melanie the Greaser. And I'll do this. I don't think that was entirely necessary because I'm pretty sure we're still going to win, but you can see, right, she will now attack for 6 sleaze damage, and I can choose the target. And that item, unfortunately, is only usable in Ocean City, and sort of spoiler, we're not actually going to be in Ocean City for the whole story here. Anyway, you won. Looks like those golems were only half-baked, 7 XP. I steal his pants, get 3 mana enriched flour, and more strength for Arlington, plus, I wanted to actually talk to Obi. You know, Margaret, I typically consider myself a lover, not a fighter, but I must admit I'm getting a pretty good handle on this. Oh yeah, Obi cracks his knuckles. Ain't gonna be giving up the oboe, but I sure don't mind playing a little chin music. What? You know, when you sock someone in the jaw, chin music. It's like, oh. So his muscle increased by 1. Alright, now if we go to the desk, you pilfer everything of value. I did steal. Look, his pants are good pants. So 60 meat and the dough baby recipe. His pants are actually good pants, especially for me. Right? What appears to be a pair of white pants is actually a pair of brown pants that are completely covered in flour. That is better than the other pants that I have. Where are my pants? Right? So I've got the waxed slacks, which are good for sleaze armor, I suppose. Maintenance overalls, which are not bad. But like Shiobata's pants are actually good for my base stat. My important M stat. So yes, I will be wearing his pants, which is why, yeah, but you'll always steal his pants no matter what you are. Like, you could be a cheese wizard, you could be a pig skinner, you could be a jazz agent. You'll always steal his pants. That's fine by me. Anyway, the other thing that I forgot to mention is dough baby recipe. You found the recipe for those little blob guys the doughboys have as familiars. Read. This is the recipe for those little dough glob familiars the doughboys have. It calls for 3 cups of mana enriched flour mixed up with something called sandwich cream and baked in an arcane oven. I don't have any sandwich cream. But let's keep an eye out on that, or an eye out for that later, because then we could make ourselves a little dough baby. Anyway, that took care of Ocean City's gangs, which is nice. I still don't have a fuse, which is weird. I thought I might find one at the chop shop. I actually don't know where I'm supposed to find a fuse now. Let me wander around for a bit. Don't care. See, so now here's a Tin Lizzie, right? This is a Tin Lizzie encounter post me taking over from Big Liz. Hey, boss. My trusted lieutenant, Molly Bronze? Close enough. What's up? We just sent out another shipment of spare parts. There were some leftovers that weren't quite up to our standards of unrustedness and no cracks having. We thought you might be able to use them for... whatever it is you use this stuff for. Anarchist's hardware. I love the Anarchist hardware. Neat, thanks. So they'll give you things like that, they'll give you some meat, or they'll just give you some encouragement. I do not have a match, so he'll give me a match. I don't need a match, I need this guy again. Operator! Operator! Get my worthless son on the line. Mister, I'm not a payphone. That's what the last payphone said, and I'm not buying it. Let me talk to my Verschlugener son. Bzz, bzz, bzz. I'm sorry, sir. The line is busy. Please try again later. Bah! Probably gambling with one of his floozy girlfriends. That's a funny one. I like that one. Okay. I think I've seen most of these already. And okay, here's this one, Daisy Zinc. We got the proceeds from our last shipment of found parts we sold. After overhead and taxes and all, this is your cut, 6 meat. You pay taxes? I mean, we pay taxes? Gotta keep up appearances. Don't want the feds breathing down our necks, right? Oh yeah, that sounds pretty gross. Damn it, tentacles! I really have to deal with those tentacles, but I can't because I don't have a fuse. It sucks. It really does. Alright, so that tentacle can't do anything because it's gonna go kablooey as soon as it tries to move. I can swear at that one. I can blast that one with a queso fustalento. Oh, right, spiders. Spiders, 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 spiders. Hello, MCH. I almost forgot to increase my spider count. I figured you were just here to stop by and say hi, otherwise you might pop in the voice chat if you could. Alright, get that ankle-biting spider. And that one, of course, fainted. I can't remember where the hell to get fuses, MCH. I can't. It's kind of bad. I know that there's at least one other place that I can go to. Oh, actually, I do remember. Shove past him again. Again, you don't want to fight the fish, guys. You do not. And Obi will get you some meat. I know there's another place to go, and I think I can get... Oh, here we go. See, this is the other Tin Lizzie the other Tin Lizzie encounter now that you've taken over. What's up? Nothing in particular. I just happened to see you and thought I'd say, hey, go get him. Great job. Keep it up. That sort of thing. Gosh, I literally have zero idea what it is you're doing, though. Well, me neither, but it hasn't stopped me. You're an inspiration to us all. Yes, I am. Hey, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 meat. Also, one other thing that I'll point out, right? It's a random stranger's door. Knock on it. Who's there? Cornelius! Building? Sorry, I don't know anyone named Cornelius Building. Catherine Forehead. Bun. Section? Margaret Eckelberg? But yeah, no. This is just something stupid you can do. There's literally no benefit that it has that I've discovered yet. This guy, again, who thinks I'm a payphone. I should actually check and see how much XP I've gained just from wandering around. But there's a place that I can get to. Another place in this that I should be able to... Actually, what are my stats? Hey, at least 5 in all, so let's go to the boardwalk. Nancy Steele, gain some more meat, which is good because I'm about to be spending... Oh, actually, forget that. Hats. Welding mask. So I get 30 meat. Put my uncursed fedora back on now. This guy over here is definitely not important. But alright, I have all stats plus 5 and 10 meat. So you put the pencil between your teeth, pick up the mallet in one hand, air rifle in the other. Pow! Slam! Ding! Solve! Phew, I hate the clues with question marks after them. Oh, but those are the fun ones. Great job, kid. You're a winner. Here's your prize. Hooray! So his next one is, I believe, 7 in every stat. Thank you, MCH. Yeah. So what do those clown pants do? There exist certain objects you will only ever find on a cloud, and these whites with colorful polka dots are a pair of them. Hot armor, cold armor, +1 across the board for armors, which is, well, for elemental armors, but eh. Let's see. Dirch's house. Like, there's a place between the Tentacle House and Dirch's house that I can go to. That's just not showing up. Yeah, disused public urinals. Do some busking. Be confused as a payphone again. Street urchins. Psychogeologist. What the hell? Let me see how much XP I have. 124. What was I aiming for? I was aiming for Gorgonzola's Guile. So I just need a little bit more from that. Or for that. Anarchist hardware. It's very good. I like having a supply of anarchist hardware. No. 3 XP. Where is this place? I mean, I admit I kind of wanted Dawning here, but you will notice that there are no more Doughboys, there's no more Glocklins, and like I said, the Tin Lizzies are all now friendly and giving me stuff. Plus, again, as long as I'm in Ocean City, I can summon them for combat. Behold the glory of cheese. Swear at this one. Bomb the hell out of that one. Flip that one over. That tentacle's gonna go bye-bye. That tentacle is gonna get attacked by a spider. Hooray. 5 XP, 14 meat. 6 XP for that. Hooray, more meat. Crush that into powder. Get confused as a payphone again. There are, like, the random encounters here are... There's only a limited amount of them, which is why I'm very confused as to why this one place isn't showing up yet. I don't remember if I specifically have to get through the story portion of this before that place shows up. I don't think it does. Or at least I didn't think it did. Well, okay. I'll try a couple, and then if I find myself having sufficient XP for the thing that I was going for... Man, I'm getting a lot of stuff. There we go, okay. Let's see. Alright, so that should be plenty of XP now. Yeah, 166, so Gorgonzola's Guile. Plus 5 XP from fights is good, and it'll make XP grinding later better. Plus, I suppose Stony Heart's the next good thing to work on from that. But alright, let's go to the fridge factory. Shove past him. Again, there's a reason that I'm being non-violent with the fish people. Folks here look like they're here from some serious business. We already talked to them before, but you again? So, you ready to join the party or what? Yeah, you ready to join the party, huh? Clancy, quit it. I'm gonna slug yous one right in the mouth. So you gotta give them 3 meat, 300 meat, 100 meat, or will you take a beating instead? This is a very hard fight. And 2 more spiders. Hooray for 2 more spiders. Alright. So these guys all have a good amount of XP, or not XP, HP. This guy is looking to prepare an inspiring speech, so he's not actually going to do anything this time. The guy's got 3 physical and 3 sleaze armor, and 16 HP. This one, 3 physical armor, 9 damage. So that's a lot. This one's going to hit OB for 9 damage, reduce Moxie by 4. This one is going to clobber OB for 4 physical damage. No armor on this one, but the physical armor kind of sucks. So I'll blast that one. You kneecap kneecap OB. None of them have stench armor, which is good. Now, the problem is the ones that have physical armor are going to take less damage from the nuclear bomb. I'm going to summon a Tin Lizzie the first turn, though. That'll make her kind of useful. Mob Capo isn't going to do anything that I care about this turn. So that guy's already gone. So I should focus more on the one down there. Plus this one. But to be fair, this one doesn't deal nearly as much damage. So let's do that. Swear at the mafioso. And then Queso Fustalento means that that he's just gonna go kaboom as soon as he tries to do anything. You've got more armor, so you're the better threat. I'm just gonna take you out, even though that was maybe not the smartest move. But yeah, you see, just cleared throat this time. Didn't actually do anything important. Now my spider attacks the capo, so the capo's not even going to get to make that speech. It's a good speech, right? It'll raise their stats by 6, but like he's got 1 HP left, he's going to succumb to the poison. You can take this guy out, so that's Winnie the Greaser, Copper Winnie the Greaser. Now you get KO'd. You can do that. And in point of fact, actually, yeah, no, it wasn't even any of that. It was just Margaret Stench that KO'd him. I was a little over-prepared for it, but that can potentially be a difficult battle if you hadn't wandered around and or leveled up your skills. Like, those guys are no slouches. Being able to deal 9 HP damage this early in the game is horrible. Plus, the armor that they have, right? The physical armor, the stench armor, or the physical armor and the sleaze armor, that's not good. So, you know, they're tough. In some of my other playthroughs, I had difficulty with them. but you can get out of paying them, and quite frankly, that's fine by me. It's a refrigerator truck, but not the kind you're probably thinking of. If 2 counts as a fleet, they have a whole fleet of these things. Let's go fishing in this pool of chemicals. Because why not? And you get an item, miscellaneous chemicals. You carefully fish the useful chemicals out from the middle of all the dangerous ones. Hooray! So miscellaneous chemicals, solutions, precipitates, tinctures? You bet! We've got a little everything in here. So that's helpful. Old toolbox, spray on asbestos, sharpening stone, piece of scrap metal. Gives your target a shielded, which means that they will ignore damage the next time they take, or they would take damage. Weird fly, so if you were an insectologist, you'd get something from that. I don't know of anything that this flower is supposed to do. It's metaphor for something, I suppose. Dig through this, you get a refrigeration coil. And nothing there. Opening this door would make a lot of noise and draw a lot of attention. Also, you don't actually know how to open it. Fun. So this is Mech refrigeration. And I definitely want to be here. Definitely want to be here. Because this is where story-related shenanigans happen. I can also go to Mrs. Brewster's, but... These fridges are all brand new and empty, thus quite boring. I can make stuff here, so again, I can do things like the grease bomb, or the nuclear bomb, the benzyl bucket, the ice bomb. I didn't even need, like, that didn't go really more than 2 turns. Chest of tools. Scrap metal. Disposable ratchet. It's a combat item. Increases ally stats by 3 or reduce enemy stats by 3. Foot gloves. This sounds fun. Oh, look at that. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Like I said, the shoes in this game don't actually give you any benefits. They just give you different forms of stupid walking and fun sound effects. But alright, we heard that the owner of the speakeasy, Oliver Gluck, was going to be meeting some mob people here for a booze or a hooch transfer. Or a hooch purchase. I think I'm going to take a quick break, and after that, we're going to figure out what the Pafargdal is going on here. So I will BRB. Alright, I'm back. I don't think I missed much. So, alright. We have to figure out what's going on here. So that looks like a guy. Control booth is locked from the inside. Oh, somebody's going to be in big trouble. Yes, that is a horrible thing to have done. Looks like something going down over there. So yeah, there's a guy and what looks like a mafia person over there. Let's hide and watch. Is it all there, all 40 cases? It's all there, bro. You got the... Whoa! Dark Noel! What are you doing here? Surprise inspection. Uh-oh! Holy fucking shit! What just happened? Okay, then. So I was quiet, or I stopped talking there for a little bit so you could hear. With the appearance of Dark Noel, there are little jingle bells in the background. But something very, very suspicious has just happened, and I mean, Oliver seemed to know this Dark Noel person, but that's weird, and I don't know what she did to that whiskey, but that's very Oh, hi, Dawning.
Hi. I'm
How you
sorry I'm
feeling?
late.
It's all
I
right.
fell asleep.
It's all right. At least you're here, and with you here, I am going to turn the little goblin knows best back on, because it was off.
Ah,
Well, it
I'm
kinda
sorry.
had to be.
No other goblins here at all?
Nope, no other goblins, and a couple weeks ago when I was first starting this series, I was lucky MCH was in the chat, but someone popped in and, 30-point channel reward that looks kind of fun.
Ah,
Someone's going to redeem it if they don't have the context. Anyway,
yeah.
meet Dark Noel, who is my nemesis for this game. Also,
I
you haven't...
see.
Hmm?
I see.
You haven't met Margaret Eckelberg yet, have you?
Not in person.
Yeah, so here is Margaret Eckelberg. She is a cheese wizard. I have currently given her the Blue Brilliance, Swiss Cunning, Gorgonzola's Guile, and Pecorino Bravado skills. So, Blue Brilliance increases Mysticality and AP by 1. Swiss Cunning increases Moxie and magical weapon damage by 1. Gorgonzola's Guile increases Moxie and Moxie by 1 and plus 5 XP from fight. Pecorino Bravado increases muscle by 1 and constantly damages enemies with Margaret's cheesy stench.
I see. The extra XP does seem nice, since
It
all
is,
of
yes.
the upgrades require XP.
Mm-hmm. The combat skills that she has are Queso Fustalento, which deals 5 stench damage, and Parmesan Missile, which deals 3 physical damage, reduces Moxie by 3. Perks are Basic Humanity, which you start with. It's standard 1 Muscle, Mysticality, Moxie, 1 AP, and 10 HP. I have chosen the Agent of Chaos perk, which I'm not sure what it does, but seems kind of fun.
We don't need to know what Agent of Chaos does.
No, we'll figure it out in the process. I am a psychogeologist, which gathers crafting ingredients from rocks. Newshound, which means that I gain XP from learning things from the newspaper. Then I have hobo literacy. I'm a level 10 student of the hobo code. I am an expert sitter for +1 moxie. Skeptical. You missed the tarot card readings, but that was kind of fun. So that gives me +1 mysticality, and I have St. Polycarp's forehead for +1 muscle.
All the things we need.
Yes.
Probably.
Alright, so one other thing that I will mention to everyone... Oh, I'm also the leader of the Tin Lizzies. You missed me taking over from Big Liz Studebaker, who is a flaming, red-haired, muscular lady. Muscular mechanic
Ooh.
lady.
Ooh.
Would you like me to stop by her hideout instead of dealing with whatever shit this is?
We should maybe pay her a quick visit.
Okay. Her chop shop's over here. I have to deal with those damn tentacles at some point. I do. I really do. But at least this is an excuse to increase my spider counter, right?
I don't like spiders.
Do you see the goofy comic-looking ones on the screen?
I do, unfortunately.
Is it that bad for you?
It's not too bad.
Okay.
I've definitely encountered worse spiders in video games.
Okay, because if it's bad for you, as much as I love the arachnophilia mode, I don't have to.
Okay.
Just let me know.
I'll let you know if it gets too bad.
Yeah, but these are basically just comical spiders. Revel in my malodor. By the way, my offhand item is the Curse Like a Sailor, so share some nautical profanity and deal damage, sleaze damage, which is fun. I was teaching a doughboy how to swear earlier because I don't know if you remember Breadwood from West of Loathing.
Yes, I do.
But it seems like that guy, the doughboys in this game, which were one of the gangs until I beat the shit out of their leader, they swore basically just like those lousy Breadwood people, with bread puns instead.
Aw, that's sad. I'm
Yeah,
glad they
well.
learned real curse words.
They did, but also they didn't because I beat them up. So this here is Big Liz Studebaker. So she's... you can't see the description now because I ousted her, but you see she's got a couple of little pigtails over there and freckles and that scowly face.
Mm-hmm.
What do you need, boss? Sorry I tricked you out of your gang. It was a dirty trick, but it was by the book. I should have been more careful, that's all. So I tricked her out of her gang and stole her throne. So I'm the leader of the Tin Lizzies now.
Mm-hmm.
Which, to be fair, is still a better fate than both the Doughboys and the Glocklins faced.
I suppose so.
Well, I didn't beat the shit out of their leader. I just basically told them, hey, you work for me now.
Mm-hmm.
Also, are you curious as to what a Glocklin is?
A Glocklin. It sounds like an alive gun.
It's a goblin that plays a glockenspiel.
Oh. You killed them?
No, I didn't kill them. Even Gunther, their leader, survived. I just beat him up and ran him out of town.
That's mean. That's mean. You shouldn't be mean to goblins.
Look, these were bad. These were the kinds of goblins that give goblins a bad name. They were
You just assume all goblins except the ones you've adopted have a bad name.
They were dressed like Germans playing glockenspiels. And trying to mug people.
We all mug people. I mug people.
You pick my pocket, you don't stick me up.
No, but I mug other people.
Uh-huh. With a tea mug, right?
Every once in a while with a knife as well. Fair
enough. But no, these were particularly bad and would be a bad influence on little goblins if I let them encounter them. So I had to run... Also, if you actually do want to get the best ending for this game, you do have to make sure that you get rid of the gangs from this town. So... You also may notice that I'm stupid walking, right?
They brought it back.
Sort of. you have shoes. So instead of it being a book, it's shoes. So you've got a bunch of different shoes. I've got my foot gloves equipped now. I've got sandals, right? So if I have sandals, I track sand everywhere I go, and there's a different sound effect. So it's basically what shoes you're wearing dictates
How stupidly you walk.
what stupid walk you use. These Birkenglocks I got from the Glocklins. I don't walk particularly stupidly, but
It makes silly sounds.
makes a little glockenspiel bell noise, which fits in with Dark Noel's jingle bells.
Mm-hmm.
Now then, speaking of Dark Noel, this is a point that I should mention for anyone considering playing this game. Your nemesis will make their first appearance here in the refrigerator factory. Your nemesis will depend on what player class you chose. So choosing a player class actually has more of an effect on the story than it did in West of Loathing. In West of Loathing, they didn't really give a shit what player class you were. Everything happened basically exactly the same. The only difference is you try to become the Necromancer as a Cowpuncher or Snake Oiler, and you'll lose some of your important stats when you do that, whereas the Beanslinger doesn't lose anything they give a shit about unless you read that 7th book, which I should not have done, and you lose item and meat gains. Boo! But you don't need the 7th book. That was just me going too far. So, if you are the cheese wizard, like I am, your nemesis will be the adorable Dark Noel. If you are a pig skinner, your nemesis will be General Bruise. And if you are a jazz agent, your nemesis will be the evil accountant, or perhaps that is redundant, I could just say accountant, Terence Poindexter. Now, functionally, I think they mostly serve the same point at the same purpose at this point in the story, and then all the way up until the final chapter, where things play out very differently depending on who your nemesis is. But that's still not going to be like it's still an effective change on the story based on your player class. Anyway, we should probably figure out what the fuck's going on here, right?
Probably why.
Because it looks like Oliver Gluck got taken over by some shadows, and that can't be good. Well, actually, Dawning, do you care who Oliver Gluck even is?
I don't know who he is, so the answer may depend. I guess you can tell me who he is, and I can decide if I give a fuck.
He's apparently the owner of the speakeasy. He was here to meet up with those fine-looking mafia gentlemen over there when they were interrupted by Dark Noel, who was in for a surprise inspection that apparently turned him... Well, it apparently affected the booze poorly and turned him into some kind of weird shadow monster.
I see. No, I don't think I care about him that much.
You shouldn't. Now, he allegedly has a pocket watch that I'm supposedly looking for, but who cares about the story, right?
You might care a little about the story, but the pocket watch might not be important.
No, it kind of is. It's the whole purpose for me being... Well, it's not the whole purpose for me being here. No time to check this out. You should go see what's going on over yonder. Yes, let's go take a look. There seems to be a standoff between the mob guys and the other ones. Cautiously approach. The lady in the weird crimbo hat glares at you as you approach. I don't recall inviting you to this party. Are you going to introduce yourself? How should I introduce myself? Should I be nice? Should I give a fake name, or should I say none of your business?
I think you should be nice.
The only reason you think I should be nice is because she's cute.
Okay, fine. You can call yourself Put in Tame.
Okay, Puddin' Tame. What's wrong with your hat? Nothing at all. A Crimbo hat is appropriate for all seasons. It's all spooky and like... Is it wrong? You can see stars through it, it's cutting a hole in the world, or just super spooky?
You can see the stars through it. That is unusual.
It is, yeah. I'm sure I have no idea what you mean. Oliver, dear, are you busy? Be a dear and kill this gal, would you? Uh-oh. The Crimbo lady smiles and leaves the same way she came in a horrible, weird spiral of negative space. Weird shadow monster that was once a person turns to face you. Hello? 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 Or good. Hey, that's an Agent of Chaos option.
I would love to try the Agent of Chaos option, yes.
Yeah, I don't know what this does because I have never been an Agent of Chaos before. Goodbye! Shadows begin to gather around him. Abstract, menacing shapes. So, do I want to try fighting him with the mob guys or back away and look for some other solution? I will tell you there is another solution as opposed to fighting.
But does he deserve it?
He still dies.
Okay, let's go find a different way to kill him then.
Alrighty then. So these crane controls over here. You can reach the controls through the broken window. Use them. 2 buttons, press the green one and press the red one. Let's press the green one. Crane moves. Press the green one. Gotta move it into position. It's just like Ghost Trick, isn't it?
Way.
Should I press the red one?
Splatter him.
You're pretty sure the red button opens the jaws of this crane and that Gluck guy? That thing, well, he's directly underneath it. You definitely want to press it?
Yeah, splatter him.
I do. No way I'm taking heat for this. Let's skedaddle. And the mafia guys go bye-bye. By the way, as long as you deal with Gluck, it doesn't matter how you deal with Gluck. You will get to potentially meet the character that I know you are eager to meet in this game. Because I was eager to see Big Liz. Yes. I was eager to meet Big Liz. But those were some of Molly's associates.
Oh boy, you might... Well, no, they said they weren't gonna take the... She might find out about what you did.
To who?
Do you think she'll forgive you? I don't know.
To Gluck?
Oh, he's not one of her associates, is he?
No, he was just a guy that they sold hooch to, but this booze looks dangerous, and it also kind of appears to be tainted with some kind of sinister magical energy. Oh, huh.
Sounds delicious.
This fridge is plugged in. A little note on it says, experimental, not for lunches.
I bet there's a lunch in it. Open it.
The fridge has been fitted with an experimental automatic ice cube maker. Unfortunately, it's made one single gigantic ice cube that fills the entire fridge. I guess if you ever need a block of ice as big as you, here's where you can get it. We may need to keep that in mind for later.
That is useful information.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows when you'll need a giant block of ice?
I mean, I know when I might need it, but yes. So this is what's left of Gluck. There is very little left of this poor fellow. Pick through the remains. He's got a pocket watch clutched in one hand and some business matters clutched in the other. Neither of those hands is attached to an arm anymore. Well, at least he had 2 hands. I've only got 1.5 right now. Anyway, you got an item, dangerous pocket watch. Got an item, bank pouch full of meat. And an item, deed to the speakeasy. You take a quick look at the deed. This must have been Oliver Glock, the owner of the speakeasy. There is very little left of this poor fellow. Hey, I can fish here! Fish? No. Fishing in this man's remains would be in poor taste. I can literally walk through them, but I'm not allowed to fish in them. That's very sad. By the way, actually, there is something I forgot to show you at the chop shop. Oh, beautiful. Okay, I was looking for this place earlier. That's why I was wandering around so damn much. But I'm actually glad you're here for this, too. As you're walking down one of Ocean City's residential streets, on the way to where you're going, you hear eerie music coming from the house from the upstairs window of a nearby house. Location unlocked, eerie music house. I guess either I was really unlucky earlier, or you actually have to finish what you were doing at the, Oh, you know what? You may have to finish what you're doing at the fridge factory first. Because shadow nonsense. Alright, go investigate. It's called Zimmer's house, even though we technically don't know who lives there yet. This seems like a pretty normal house in a pretty nice neighborhood, but there's something odd about it. Some sort of uncomfortable energy that makes the hair on the back of your neck stand up. Maybe it's something to do with that weird droning tone you hear coming from inside. Like a pained, inhuman moan constantly rising in pitch. Maybe that's it, yeah. Shall we go inside? Uh-oh. I think Dawn was interrupted. Anyway, you knock,
I'm being stupid.
Your mic is working again. You knock, but hear no response.
It was being stupid.
Yeah, you knock, but hear no response, so you nose your way inside. That eerie sound is even louder in here. It seems to be coming from upstairs. Also, the owner's interior design sensibilities are a little strange. Huh. Well, let's take a look around, shall we? Bunch of books about music theory. Even the most basic ones would be totally beyond you. Even if you're a jazz agent, by the way, that's the case. It's a day stand.
Wow.
Dusty, disused chess set. There's a chair over here. There's a chair over here. Tea time was a long time ago. There's nothing left here but stains. This plate, the plate rack is a statement piece, and the statement is, I have too many plates. Sounds about right. It's another chair. This cabinet is full of backup plates. Dear Lord, that is a lot of plates. Shelf is full of trophies from music competitions. There is another table back here. There's a chair over here. Cabinet full of sheet music. Examine one of the pieces. You pull out a sheet, but it's all in German. Und du kannst kein Deutsch gesprochen. Which I'm guessing means you can't speak German.
You should get Franziska in here.
She was in Ace Attorney 2 nights ago.
I am sorry, I was not home.
I know. This door is locked. Well, I guess we have to go upstairs to investigate what's going on here, huh? It's alright, Franziska will be back during my Monday night stream this next week. Staircase leading up to where the sound is coming from. This sounds suspicious, we should probably climb it, right?
That whole sound is a little bit suspicious if you think about it.
True. Oh, God. A tired-looking man is playing a cello here. Talk to him. What? Who are you? Why are you in my house? Sorry for intruding, but I heard the music, and I guess I have an intrusive nature. My name's Margaret Eckelberg. Well, I am Ernst Zimmer. Forgive me for not stopping, but it is vital that I continue playing. What are you doing? There is a darkness beneath my house. Did you check the fuse box? Nein, It's probably that then. Listen to me. I had a dream, a premonition of a dark rift appearing in my basement and growing until it swallowed the entire house and then the neighborhood. and then the world. Wow, that's quite a dream, or surely it was just a dream.
It's quite the dream, but surely just a dream, one would imagine.
Surely it was just a dream, though. It was not just a dream. I went downstairs to check the basement, and there is indeed a rift. As of now, it is still small. I must keep playing this cello to prevent it from growing any larger. How does playing the cello help? The bass vibration reverberates downward and is focused by the circle of furniture downstairs. This resonance inhibits the rift. Huh, I don't really get it, but okay. Are you a physicist or something? Nein, I am only a cellist. I cannot explain how I knew this would work. Okay. Do you mind if I have a look at this rift? Very well. I cannot blame you for wanting to see it with your own eyes. You will have to reach into my pocket and take the key to the basement for yourself, as I require both hands to play. Well, okay, so I fish around in this random guy's pocket and get his basement key. Please do not get too close to the rift. Are we going to get too close to the rift, Dawning?
We should get way too close to the rift.
Alright, let's go to the basement then. You unlock the basement door and hang the key on the hook by the door. Go through it. Well, this is very disappointing. Boxes of moldy sheet music. Everything on the shelf has evaporated or expired. This must be where Zimmer keeps all his rubble. Huh. There is some kind of black rift or portal or something on the floor over there. Maybe you shouldn't get too close to it.
We should get way too close to it, I think.
Get too close to it. Well, it's your funeral, if there's any of you left to have a funeral with.
Sure, there's plenty of us left afterwards.
Yes. On closer inspection, it seems like less of a rift and more of a pool of some thick, black, tar-like substance. Where did it come from? Investigate. The only thing nearby is a shelf of old basement junk. Check the bottom shelf. Nothing on this shelf except a few dusty old jam jars. Check the second shelf. Nothing on this shelf except dust. Do I write my name in the dust, draw a smiley face in the dust, or draw a crude anatomical diagram in the dust?
I think we should draw the diagram. You never know when you'll need a diagram.
Yeah, congratulations on expressing your creativity in a way that nobody will ever know. Except for you. You'll know. Check the third shelf. Aha! A fuse! I needed one of those. This shelf has a box labeled things. It's full of little screws, rubber bands, stuff like that. Looks like when Zimmer's kitchen junk drawer gets too full, he just dumps it in here. Since you're already looking, you sift through it for a second and find a fuse that still looks good. Zimmer probably won't mind, or even know, if you pocket it. So we steal from him. I've been learning too much from goblins, haven't I?
I love stealing.
Check the top shelf. The top shelf has a few old tins of varnish and a big bucket of tar. As you watch, a drip of tar slowly leaks out of a hole in the bottom of the bucket and plops into the puddle below. Well, there you go. Mystery solved. Aha! Just a puddle of old tar. Should I try to fish?
Might as well. Who knows what you could catch?
You fished something up. You got an item. Gob of tar. Well, that makes perfect sense. I don't know what I was expecting. Tar puddle is too empty to fish in right now. That's fine by me. Alright, so that was disappointing, right?
Slightly. I feel like we could have found something more interesting.
Well, that's alright. At least we can tell Zimmer that he's worrying over nothing, right?
We can try and convince him of that.
Ernst Zimmer is still sawing away at his cello. Still at it? Yes. So, I figured it out, or you can stop now. It's Jake.
It's Jake.
You can stop now. It's Jake. Jake? What does that mean? Everything's fine. The black puddle in your basement isn't any kind of rift. You've just got a leaking bucket of tar on a shelf down there. Tar? Oh my goodness, this is mortifying. I've been such a fool. A foolish fool. What do Germans know about foolish fools, Dawning?
Foolishly fooling themselves with their foolish dreams.
Mm-hmm.
Or something like that.
Yes. Hey, don't worry about it. It was a pretty spooky coincidence after all. Well, at least I can stop playing this cello. I'm exhausted. Yeah, just relax. Everything's fine. Oh, hey, he stopped. It's Ernst Zimmer. Talk to him. Ernst Zimmer's looking pretty nervous about this whole situation. Hi, Ernst. Hello. Nothing else for him to say. All right, well, let's go back downstairs where I'm sure him not playing cello has had zero negative impact whatsoever, right?
I can't imagine anything that could go wrong.
Uh-oh. Maybe convincing Zimmer to stop playing his cello wasn't such a good idea after all. They don't even let you see. They just pop the text box up. But it says, oops. Oh, God. Dawning, what have we done?
I can't see. Oh, his test set is normal.
Every one of these moldering books is titled Blood. The day stand.
Okay, so maybe.
Hmm?
So maybe something a little strange was going on in his house.
The day stand has become a nightstand. Oh, God. It would appear.
Horrifying.
Yes, it would appear that two ghosts are playing a very spirited game of chess. This chair seems to be having a hard time remaining stationary. This chair... Whoa! And all of those plates shattered. This chair is frighteningly non-right side up. Oh, dear. At least the plates had the courtesy to disappear entirely instead of leaving a pile of shards lying around. That was nice of them.
Yes, it was.
A vicious black sludge bubbles in the teapot.
The
Fish?
fish. The fish.
This isn't tea. You got an item. Eldritch Mist. But I can
think
still...
that was a good idea.
Well, I can still take some of the black sludge in the teapot, and you got bubbling black sludge. You love bubbling black sludge, apparently. So that is foul goo from a haunted teapot. Increases my mysticality and max AP by 1, which is pretty fucking good. Because I need mysticality. Eldritch Mist.
Yeah.
This world is full of vapors. Most of them are benign, but some of them are terrifying. This is the terrifying kind. Gob of Tar is a potion that I can use. Increases damage of my melee weapons by 3. Oh yeah, I forgot to check the deed to the speakeasy. Legal document regarding an illegal establishment. Bank pouch full of meat. Any cash payment that's too small for a briefcase must be contained in a leather zipper pouch. It's the law. I should probably open that, huh?
We should maybe open everything. I like opening things.
You tear open the envelope and collect the cash. You gain 300 meat. What a windfall. And this dangerous pocket.
Don't talk about windfalls. I'll fall.
It's not me. It's what the game said.
How dare it?
Yes, well. The ticking of this pocket watch sounds hollow and ominous. You don't like it. It's just wrong once per fight if I equip it. This chair is barely there. Moths have eaten all of the contents and most of the container. Oops. The table has slipped the surly bonds of the floor. A shelf full of trophies from murder competitions. Who would win those competitions?
I would.
But not Shelly D. Killer. He would.
No, he's winning at suicide competitions instead, I hear.
Yes. I'm too frightened to look at my map right now, apparently. I accidentally hit a button because I don't have my left thumb. It's a cabinet full of sheet music. Examine one of the pieces. You pull out a sheet. It's a piece entitled All Arbeit and No Spiel Makes Ernst a Dull Boy. There's a reference in there. It's, no... all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy or something like that. I don't remember I don't remember where that comes from, and in fact, the one that I remember is no TV and no beer makes Homer something something. Go crazy? Don't mind if I do! By the way, do you like my crazy eyes?
I didn't even notice you had crazy eyes until now.
Yeah, you can not only customize your appearance, or your face, you can customize your expression too. I mean, within reason. I can change it if you want.
No, it's
I
fine.
just need to find a mirror. Anyway, this chair is whispering. Should I listen to it?
Maybe it has something important to say.
Alright. Sit in me.
I can't imagine what could go wrong with that.
Alright, so you're saying do it.
I'm saying do it.
You sit in the chair for a few minutes, and nothing bad happens. Apparently it was all bark and no bite. Just as well. This chair isn't speaking to you.
Chairs just want to be sat in.
Yeah, the chair isn't speaking to you ever again. Should I go into the basement, or should I go talk to Zimmer?
We should check out what's in the basement. I'm sure it's normal.
Door has seen better. James, go downstairs. Oh, jeez. That sure is a dark rift in space over there, just like Zimmer was afraid of. Looks like the tar was just a coincidence. Unless it was magic shadow tar or something. It probably wasn't magic shadow tar. Well, nuts. Huh. That wasn't there before.
It's normal.
It's a big hole
Look at how
in...
normal it looks.
Well, in here. I could step through, but I should probably at least go tell Zimmer what's going on, right?
Nah, Zimmer doesn't need to know. Everything's normal.
Fine. You want me to step through, I assume?
Yes, please. I want to see what happens.
Really?
Yes?
You find yourself in an infinite black void. Or, well, it looks like an infinite black void, but you have the uneasy feeling that your brain is only showing you an infinite black void, because it doesn't want to try and process what this place actually looks like. What a weird feeling. Or it's a weird feeling.
Well, let's look around.
Alright. Yeah, this is normal.
This is so normal. This is the most normal. I've never seen anything more normal.
I can't even talk to this. Oh, this creature is built more or less like a large muscular person. If you built a large muscular person out of some kind of writhing black ooze and or smoke and or just plain raw darkness. It has a fist-sized glowing crystal embedded in its chest, about where its sternum would be. As you draw near, you can feel it radiating invisible waves of energy. Kind of like heat coming off of a radiator, except also the opposite of that. And also not at all related to that. Look, incomprehensible forces are tricky to describe, okay? The creature shambles back and forth, waving its arms in a way that almost looks like it's dancing, or praying, or maybe just absent-mindedly flailing. Seems oblivious to your presence, although that will probably change pretty quickly if you try to interfere with it. Like, say, if you tried to pry the glowing crystal out of its chest.
I want the crystal.
I'll size it up. The creature looks like it could rip you in half without even really trying. Maybe without even really noticing. Well, I can't pry out the crystal because I don't have 14 muscle.
Then we have to find an alternative solution to get that crystal.
Well, alright. What are these things? a thrumming spike of nega energy. Should I dampen it?
Dampen it. I want the crystal. We're gonna figure out how to get that crystal.
Well, now it only takes 13 muscle to pry out the crystal.
So now we just have to dampen all the spikes. Simple as that.
All right.
Probably.
You approach the shambling shadow beast, which is continuing to shamble. The crystal in its chest sparkles importantly at you. The creature looks extremely weak, almost docile.
I want the crystal.
I figured you would pry out the crystal. All right. You make a quick grab for the crystal, but it's firmly lodged in the creature's chest. The creature howls, and its long, spindly arms flail ineffectually as you, barely cognizant of your actions, plunge your hands into the murky flesh. Fingers questing through the lukewarm tar until they find ribs. Gritting your teeth, forcing open the cage, creaking, cracking, snap. Ooh, I'm making myself nauseous reading this. You grab your prize and tear it free of the muck. The creature evaporates in a sigh of smoke. The crystal is both warm and cold in your hand and has a slight buzzing vibration to it.
I see.
Should I destroy it?
No, we're keeping it. What if Goblin needs snacks later?
All right, take it with you. Yes, something tells you that this crystal is very important, as well as being really shiny and pretty. You get an item, Rift Crystal.
Nice.
Huh. I can't actually access my inventory from here. Given that you don't even know which side of the universe you're on, a map is not going to do you a ton of good here. Good point.
That is a good point.
All right. It occurs to you that taking that weird crystal out of here might be a bad idea. On the other hand,
Nah.
it's yours now, and you'd prefer to keep it.
I'd prefer to keep it. Let's go through.
All right. Should we at least now tell Zimmer what's up?
Yeah, we can fill him in now. We
All
solved everything.
But let's take a look at the Rift Crystal. That swell crystal you found inside a rift in Ernst Zimmer's basement. It's a swell crystal.
It's a swell crystal.
It's Ernst Zimmer. Ernst Zimmer is still looking pretty nervous about this whole situation. Hi, Ernst. Hello. I have bad news. What? What do you mean? Remember how I said everything was fine? I do remember that, yes. Are you telling me that you were incorrect? Let's just say that your house is incredibly haunted now. Ugh, I should not have trusted you. We are both fools. Did that rift open?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Nine! What are we going to do?
They tell us some more?
Well, it's not going to work now. Well, if you were me, you'd leave, because that's what I'm doing.
He makes an excellent point.
Yeah, but should I tell him about the neat crystal that I found?
We should tell him about the neat crystal we found.
Check out this neat crystal I found. That's... What is that? Where did you get it? It was inside the rift. It makes me uncomfortable to look at. Can I have it? No, it's mine. You found it inside mine house. It was in another dimension. Another dimension inside my house. Forget it. My crystal, right?
It's our crystal. What if I need a snack later?
So are you suggesting that we leave the house?
if he's gonna try and steal all my snacks, but I guess there might also be another solution. But don't let him take my snacks. No matter what you do, no snacks for him. Only for Goblin.
Well, there really is nothing else to do.
Okay, then I guess we're out.
As you start to leave the house, something tells you that it would be bad to take that weird crystal out of here. That something is definitely not the crystal, because it's a really great crystal, and you're deriving great satisfaction from owning it.
Leave the house. I want the crystal.
As the door shuts behind you, you hear a sudden grinding, cracking noise, and turn to see the entire house implode into splinters and get sucked into a whirling black vortex. Can't say I didn't warn you.
Oh well.
Oops, oh well. Let's speak of this to no one. Right?
We probably shouldn't tell anyone now. Unless Molly wants to hear about it.
So now if we look at this place on the map, it's called No House. Just as a point of fact, if you do destroy that crystal, the house will not disappear, and Ernst Zimmer will give you his cello, which is a ranged weapon and is most beneficial if you are a jazz agent, which I am not, so I don't give a fuck that we took the crystal, especially since that crystal actually has the potential to become arguably one of the best fucking items in the game.
Excellent.
There is a little bit of luck required for that, and I haven't exactly been lucky this playthrough so far, but I suspect it'll be fine. It depends on, well, it depends on something that we'll see in a little bit, but before we do anything else, let's go to the tentacle house. Do you want to go to the tentacle house, little goblin?
Ah, we might as well. Maybe there's something interesting there, like tentacles.
Well, I beat up most of them already. You notice a strangely discolored patch of curb next to a sewer grate. Concrete appears to absorb a significant quantity of magical sewer energy. Yeah. Glowing ooze. Hooray. Yeah, there are a bunch of tentacles in this house. The front door into that Calamari's factory riot. But I did, in fact, beat up most of those last time. It's just I needed a fuse to get into the basement, so it was really helpful that I found one in Zimmer's basement before I made Zimmer's house disappear. Otherwise, you would have to fight a bunch of tentacles in this house, and you'd need to get the key to the basement in here. But yeah, no. Since we're here, I will show you that you can change your expressions in the mirror. You can smile.
Hey.
You can frown. You can scowl. You can worry. You can cringe. You can freak out. Or you can close your eyes. Which one is Little Goblin's favorite?
I think we should close our eyes. Margaret doesn't need to see anymore.
Okay. I mean, that's not going to actually affect anything, mind you. But, see,
I know.
literally says, ironically, this house's backyard looks really nice. So even though her eyes are closed, she can still see. Because she's a mystical. She's got that third eye.
You see.
You see, and so does she. Anyway, we should now go to the basement.
That would be a thing to do.
Yeah, I gotta find the fuse box. The fuse box. Investigate. All fuses are missing. That explains the light, I guess. Insert one. Hooray, now it's slightly less dark. Oh god, what the fuck is that thing?
That... It looks like it's eating someone.
Should we investigate?
Yeah, we should probably see what's going on over there.
Shelf of long expired cleaning products. Dirtiest broom you've ever seen. Grab it. World's dirtiest... Now it's the dirtiest broom you've ever owned. Let's see. You haven't actually seen them all, but you can't imagine a dirtier one than this. Deals your muscle plus 2 physical damage. Reduce target's muscle by 1. That's not bad if you're a pig skinner. I'm not, though. Holy dang, what is that thing?
It's normal.
Should I fight it?
Might as well. I mean,
Alrighty.
It's normal, so it can't be that threatening.
And you know what that means since we're in combat. +2 to the count. So what we have here is a rat-tentacle thing. And
normal.
What is it? Yeah, 3 tentacles. And because, again, arachnophilia mode, we've got the Piper's striped sniper spider. So we've got Obi looking to do some damage now. Let's go for the rat tentacle thing. Behold the glory of cheese. I love this. Like, this is probably one of the most hilarious things that I can do. Now, I can use a combat item. So my question for Little Goblin. Should I summon a Tin Lizzie with my tin whistle, or should I use a nuclear bomb?
I'm sure no harm will come from dropping a nuclear bomb in someone's basement.
I mean, that knocked out the spiders and the tentacles, so that works for me. Now, I can swear at the rat tentacle thing. I can do a queso fustalento. I can launch a Parmesan missile, although Parmesan missile's just a waste because it's got too much physical armor. So should I swear at it? Should I do queso fustalento? Both.
We can do both?
We can. I have 2 AP. But cursing like a sailor will only work once.
Okay, I guess we do both. Sailor first and then blast it.
Alright. Curse. Queso fustalento. By the way, the reason that I made that nuclear bomb in the first place was for the fight against the mafiosos. I ended up not needing it. Because I was more overpowered than I thought I was going to be. And we'll defeat that rat tentacle thing with my palms. You won! Those tentacles have wiggled their last waggle, and the giant mutant rat, probably in a better place now. 15 XP, 33 meat. Excellent. How much XP do I have? 66. So I can get myself good eyesight, I can get myself stony heart, or I could keep saving up for some other skills. What skill would Little Goblin like me to learn next?
I kind of want to hold on it. No, let's just finish out that top row. I suspect we'll get some value from extra item drops.
Probably true. And meat drops are always good. I've still got some decent XP. I've got 36 XP. Oh, hey! Ah, here's the problem. There's a hole in this bag of tentacle seeds. Some of them must have fallen on the dirt, on this old dirt floor and sprouted.
I guess we might as well clean them up.
You got an item, Tentacle Seed 11. The company that sells these things have never done a satisfactory job explaining why. Grow a tentacle to aid you in combat.
Huh.
This washing machine needs to be washed and repaired and
machined?
completely replaced.
And machined?
Probably.
Let's fish.
Oops, I grabbed first, but plunge your hands into the foul water left inside the machine, find a pair of nasty old pants, referring to both their condition and their style, mildewed jeans. But I thought I could also fish. Sorry, I accidentally hit the wrong button because I don't have full control right now. I think either way you get the mildew jeans. These jeans are twice as thick as regular jeans because of an extremely serious buildup of mildew. They're not bad, right? +1 physical armor, +3 max HP is pretty good.
Yeah, it does seem quite nice to have.
The pants that I stole from the leader of the Doughboys, though, are still better for me, because it's +1 mysticality. Uh-oh, what the hell is this thing? I should just walk away from that, shouldn't I? Should I walk away from that rift?
We should go in the rift, see if there's any more cool crystals. This is normal.
Huh. A piece of eye, take it back. A piece of eye, take it back. Alright. So we've got 3 tentacles. 4 tentacles. 5 tentacles. 6 tentacles. Squidward tentacles.
Of course. Can never forget him.
And 8 tentacles. Whoa, okay. That opened up something over there. Probably should just ignore it, right?
We should look. It looks normal and interesting.
Normal and interesting? I don't think it can be both. Either it's normal or it's interesting.
It looks mostly normal, but maybe a little interesting.
I think the word you're looking for is it looks safe and interesting.
No, it's normal.
Okay.
But it does also look safe and interesting.
A throbbing ring of negative energy around a pair of dark shorts. You should ask Jessica about this the next time you see her. Does that sound like good advice?
Yeah, maybe Jessica knows things.
Do you even know who Jessica is?
Not really. But Jessica sounds like the name of someone who would know things.
Fair enough. Nothing else we can do there right now. There is a way to grab those shorts. But it's probably unacceptable and Little Goblin wouldn't want me to do it.
What shorts? Sure. Let's find the shorts.
The shorts that were in that throbbing ring of energy.
Yeah, we need to go back and take them.
I can't right now.
Boo.
Alright, so now the tentacle house is just a regular house, and you won't encounter any more tentacles on your travels through Ocean City.
I think maybe we need some more tentacles.
Well, should we go back to Plunkett Street?
I guess. Why not?
Plunkett Street's where we're staying, by the way. Also, out of curiosity, do you remember that I told you to remember the name Murray Morris when we were playing West of Loathing?
Yes. He's in this game, you said.
I did say that. Welcome to Murray's Antiques.
He's doing great.
He moved from
Good for
Frisco
him.
to Ocean City, and he's the player character's uncle. And the whole reason the player character came out here, because he was abducted.
Oh, that's no good. Who let that happen?
He did. So because this is your first time in a Shadows Over Loathing stream, Dawning, let me give you the basic premise of the game. Uncle Murray summoned me here to his antique store, where they don't just search for antiques, they also search for cursed items. Murray,
Everyone does.
yes, Murray was looking for a particular cursed item when he technically disappeared and we don't know where he is. But it's assumed that someone abducted him.
It seems probable that this may have occurred.
Yes. This lady by the desk over here is Jessica. And this individual with the cap over here is Charles Wallace, the handyman. And this over here is the uncursing machine.
Why would you want to uncurse something? That seems counterproductive.
Well, for one thing, it turned my cursed fedora into the uncursed fedora and gave me +1 mysticality and +5 HP. We're not talking about swearing, by the way. We're talking about, like, mystical curses.
Uh-huh, why would you want to get rid of a mystical curse? Those are great fun.
Because they'll backfire on you.
They would never.
They
No mystical
would.
curse would betray me like that.
Uh-huh. You maybe not. But yeah, there's still just a brick wall behind there. Now, let me show the little goblin to my room. So, oh, something new here. Huh? Was this flower pot always here? It was in fact not. Let's plant a tentacle seed in it.
Yeah, we could use a pet tentacle.
Yes, my little tentacle buddy, I can tickle him.
He needs tickle.
If this were the PC version of the game, and you tickled him 10 times, you would get an achievement.
This is not the PC version of the game.
This is the Switch version of the game.
He seems to like being tickled.
Yes. Everything I own was reduced to ash because my luggage burned. I've still got nothing on this desk, but that's fine. There's the little rag doll on the top shelf left by the previous tenant, and one of the weird rocks from Captain Dirch's yard, which is probably fine. I got a large glockenspiel.
From the Glockwins, I assume?
After defeating Gunther, yes. Again, I did not kill him. It is very clear that he skulked out of the and went to go haunt a different city.
Well, I hope he has better luck there.
Yes. And then this is the Crescent Throne, made out of welded crescent wrenches. You can probably guess who I took it from.
This was Liz's?
Yes. Sitting in this throne for the first time in a given day grants you the Heavy is the Hand effect, which is +3 to ranged weapon attacks. Not so useful for me, but more useful if I was a jazz agent.
Sure.
Anyway, I don't want to hang out here. I want to go to Mrs. Brewster's, right?
I don't know who Mrs. Brewster is, but sure.
She runs a rental housing place for traveling salesmen.
I see, yes.
Does it sound
We
fun?
might as well take a look.
Okay. An elderly... Oh, you're gonna love this. We've seen this many times right now, or before now, but this is, I think, your first time seeing this. An elderly man with thick eyeglasses shuffles up to you with a determined expression. Before you can react, he shoves some meat in your mouth and shouts in your ear, "Operator! Operator! Get my worthless son on the line!" "Mister, I'm not a payphone. That's what the last payphone said, and I'm not buying it. Let me talk to my Verschlugener son. Bzz, bzz, bzz. I'm sorry, sir. The line is busy. Please try again later." "Bah! Probably gabbing with one of his floozy girlfriends." He shuffles away angrily. You gain 5 meat. Bleh.
Of course, you have to pay the payphone.
Well, yeah, he shoved that meat in my mouth.
Oh, yeah, I missed that part. This is how you pay a payphone.
Yes.
Do actual payphones have mouths in this universe?
We have not encountered a payphone yet.
Oh.
I would also like to point out that I still can't die due to cars. That was just something you could do on the opening screen. Anyway, this is hobo code that you see over here on the sidewalk. I translated it already because I've been here, but I have not gone inside yet.
I assume your hobo guy helped out.
Sort of. I learned some hobo code from him, but if you actually take a look, I learned most of it over at the hobo camp.
Huh.
There is a hobo camp.
I see.
Anyway, the door isn't locked. Shall we head inside?
You might as well. Someone's sure to have something helpful there.
As you enter the boarding house, you discover some kind of hullabaloo, or perhaps a kerfuffle. A stern-looking middle-aged lady is surrounded by 6 agitated men, all talking over each other.
Let's listen.
"Gentlemen, I insist that you settle down at once. We won't get to the bottom of this with you all acting like panicked school children. Mrs. Brewster, you've got to call the cops." "Ha! What this town calls police, I wouldn't trust to solve a jigsaw puzzle, let alone a serious crime, and I won't have those hooligans turning my house upside down." "But there's been a murder. Somebody has to do something."
Oh no, it's Mike Meekins. He's here.
He's a sales guy. Mike Meekin stopped being a policeman and started being a traveling salesman.
Well, he did get fired.
Yes. What you can all do is go to your rooms and let me think. Good gracious. The men file up the stairs, abashed but still fidgeting nervously. I should just back out right now, right? Because there's been a murder. I don't want anything to do with that, right?
I want something to do with the murder.
You want to have been the one who committed the murder, right?
No, I already have that to do with the murder.
Oh, so you're the murderer.
Always.
Uh-huh. But you want me to talk to the woman, right? You realize
Yes,
she's
please?
probably going to ask me to solve the murder. And if you are the murderer, that will end up with you being arrested.
You would never turn me in. If you find out that I'm the murderer from your investigation, you'll just lie.
Uh-huh. Let's talk to the woman. Excuse me. Mrs. Brewster sighs exasperated. "I'm sorry, I don't have any vacancies, or well, I suppose I do, but I can't let you have the room until this whole mess has been sorted out." One of those men said something about a murder? Yes, it's absolutely ghastly. One of my lodgers was murdered in the night, and nobody heard or saw anything. I'm practically at my wit's end. Shall I offer to help?
Yeah, I need to frame someone fast.
All right. Maybe I can help. My name's Margaret Eckelberg. I'm kind of an independent investigator sort of thing. Oh, like that Belgian fellow in the mystery novels. What? Sure. Well, that's marvelous. If you can solve this mystery, I can pay you quite handsomely.
I like money. Let's frame someone and get money.
Okay, it's a deal. Thank goodness. What can you tell me about the victim? He was a traveling salesman. All of my lodgers are traveling salesmen. What did he sell? Oh, they come and go so frequently. I'm afraid I haven't the foggiest idea. Well, how did he die? I'm not sure.
Someone killed him?
Well, yeah. I'm not sure. The body is missing. Look, you'd better just go and have a look for yourself. He was in 3C. I locked the door so that no one would mess around in there. You got an item? Key to room 3C. All right. Tiny oil paintings of previous boarders. Video plays agreeable music at a polite volume. Bathroom door is locked. Dawning, that's a crime.
There's probably someone using it.
Could be. Potted flower saw nothing. And there's nothing suspicious.
Thank you, potted flower.
Nothing suspicious back there. Let's see. A little note next to the phone that says, "Do not use phone." Well, that sounds fine. Not a crumb to be found on the dining table. Mrs. Brewster keeps the place spick and span.
Only that friendly little floating void saw something.
The what?
The friendly little floating void. I bet it saw something. We should politely question it.
I don't know what you're talking about. Only Mrs. Brewster is allowed in the kitchen.
The friendly little floating void.
I don't see what you're talking about. Obi, did you see anything? What's the matter, little goblin?
What do you mean you don't see the friendly little floating void? It's a little ways to the left of the rug.
Nah. There's nothing there.
Please talk to the friendly floating void. I would like to meet it.
Fine. It's a weird little pocket of nothingness, just sort of hovering here. Maybe you should ask Jessica about it?
Okay, I guess we'll remember that exists, and Jessica can help us.
Oh, I don't think so.
Later.
If you go back and look again... It's a weird shadow pocket or pouch or so. By the way, you're lucky. I could have just had us walk away, but I knew you'd want to do this. That seems like a really bad idea. Are you sure?
Yeah.
I can't stress enough that you shouldn't do this. It might give you some kind of shadow disease, or it might just bite your hand clean off. Or anything.
Do it.
Well, alright, it's your head. Or hand, rather. Don't come crying to me if something horrible happens.
Whatever.
You stick your hand into the hole, grab the first thing your fingers brush against, and yank it back out. You got an item, Shadow Hot Dog. The shadowy pocket vanishes with an otherworldly pop.
It left us a gift! I told you the floating void was friendly.
A sausage-shaped hole in reality. It has been placed into a regular hot dog bun for your convenience. Increases...
That is convenient.
Yes, increases muscle by 1, damage and melee attacks by 5. Fun. So, do you think it's time for a new count?
Void. Friendly floating voids.
I'll just call it Shadow Pockets.
Friendly shadow pockets.
That might be a bit long, but let's see.
They're obviously friendly.
That's a bit long.
Dang. Friendly shadows?
Or, you know what? Friendly... voids. How's that?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Now, I don't remember if there's a fixed number of those like there were spittoons in West of Loathing, but They do pop in here and there. Stairs to the sec. I think they will only show up after you complete your business at the refrigerator factory, though. Stairs to the second floor. So we've got the second floor. We've got 2A. Should probably check out the crime scene in 3C before trying to interview the lodgers. Yeah, that makes sense, right?
Suppose so.
Communal hat rack, but nobody's using it at the moment. So, alright,
damn, we can't steal a new hat for Obi then.
That's fine, he likes his hat.
It could at least use some stitching.
Potentially. These two pointy leafy plants are holding the Frondy one hostage. That sounds fun, right?
Yeah.
Some high-heeled shoes have been carelessly left in the hallway. You're not sure which aspect of this would upset Miss Brewster the most.
Yep. It's time to take them, I suppose. Who knows what you can do with a pair of shoes?
Takes your steps higher. Anyway, Margaret Eckelberg is now wearing high-heeled shoes.
I see this.
Alright, so 3C, the site of the Moida. It's room 3C, the site of the incident. Unlock the door. You unlock the door and put the key in the secret pocket you use for things you won't ever need to be referred to again. Huh, that's convenient.
That won't ever.
Basically, we'll never need the key again.
Well, at least it tells us that.
Yeah. You step into room 3C and discover... Holy crap! A massive pool of blood on the floor. And, like Mrs. Brewster said, there's no body in sight. Little goblin, you made a mess.
It's not the victim's blood. That might make it worse.
I was going to say, would you be surprised if I told you you're right?
Not entirely.
Investigate. I mean, we know that the creators of this game are fans of Ace Attorney.
That we do.
Holy jeez, is there even this much blood inside a person?
It's fishing time.
Huh, nothing. Must be shallower than it looks.
That's a shame.
Interesting. Nothing interesting about the bed except that it's next to a massive pool of blood. The window's locked, so the killer must have come from inside the house. An ordinary wash basin, no clues here. There's also a mirror.
It.
You won't be needing this anymore. You got an item, handful of clean water. So if you ever find yourself with a negative effect, you can use the handful of clean water to get rid of it. Effect only, though. Negative perks cannot be cleaned that way. Or at all. Should I check myself for clues?
We should absolutely check Margaret for clues.
And it's just being able to go through the expressions. So should I change my expression or leave it as is?
I can't imagine any of the expressions are clues.
So you don't want me to change it to anything else? You like having my eyes closed?
Now, yeah.
Okay.
I can keep closed eyes for a while.
The wardrobe is locked. This throw rug looks pretty ordinary.
It does. It looks exceedingly ordinary.
Probably nothing, but should I check underneath it?
Never hurt to pick stuff up and put it back down. Probably.
You roll up the rug and... Whoa, what the heck? There's a crazy occult diagram underneath it. The lines and glyphs appear to have been burned onto the floor. You can see little blobs of melted candle wax at the points of the dodecagram, and it even smells faintly of weird incense. Was this some kind of ritual killing?
Looks like a regular old murder wasn't enough.
Oh boy. Creepy occult ritual. There's little blobs of old candle wax on it and everything. Ugh. Best if I report to Ms. Brewster first. Probably true.
I suppose she'll want to know what you found.
Ms. Brewster stands by the kitchen door, looking stern but strazzled. Well, Mrs. Brewster, I've had a look in room 3C. Did you find anything? I found a huge pool of blood. It was really gross. Did you find anything else? Yes, actually. An occult ritual circle. What? Oh my goodness. You think it was some kind of black magic sacrifice? I'm afraid it looks that way. Yes, ma'am. Well, I've always felt the lodger's religion was no business of mine, but I won't stand for this one bit. Are any of your lodgers involved with the occult, do you know? I do recall that one of them specializes in selling occult supplies and paraphernalia, but I'm afraid I don't remember which one. You'll have to ask around. Okay. So, that sounds fun, right?
Time to bother everyone.
Let's knock on 3D
Obi, did you
first.
see something?
Obi doesn't have anything to say in here. Like, that is the thing about the companions. They don't like, they have things specific to whatever territory you're in, but like not to the specific location that you're in. Room 3D. Knock on the door. Knock on the door. A voice calls out without opening. Hello? Hi, I'm investigating the murder. How well do you know the other salesman here? Oh, I don't know any of these guys. Although I think there's a guy who sells brushes, who's neighbors with the guy who sells pants.
Okay.
Hey, thanks. So, have you figured out how we're going to try solving this, by the way?
We're gonna question everyone.
And each of them is going to give us a little bit of information about the other tenants.
I see. Until one of them sells occult stuff.
Room 3B. Knock on the door. You knock on the door and the salesman looks out. Hello, who are you? I'm investigating the murder. What can you tell me about the people who live here? Well, I pretty much keep to myself. All I know is that all I know about the other salesman is that the one who sells jokes and gags isn't the one who lives next door to the one who lives one who sells jokes and gags isn't the one who lives next to the one who lives above the one who sells brushes. ... What? Nothing. Thanks.
So now we know that the brushes salesman is not on the top floor.
Correct. Room 3A. Knock on the door. Oh, hey, I know this guy. You knock on the door and a salesman opens it. Yeah, something I can... Oh, hey, we meet again. Oh, yeah, you're the sunglasses guy. So I bought a pair of sunglasses from this guy earlier as I was wandering around the city. He was a random encounter. That's me, baby.
Oh.
What can I do you for? Well, I'm investigating the murder. Oh, no kidding. Yeah, I was hoping you could give me some information about the people who live here. I don't really know any of these guys. There's a fella that sells jokes and gags somewhere on this floor, I think. There's a guy that sells pants, but all I can tell you about him is that he isn't the guy right below me. Sorry. No problem, sir.
I guess jokes and gags is presumably... No, we don't know if jokes and gags is next to anyone. But
What we know is he's on this floor, and because the guy next door to the sunglasses guy was talking about him too, we can presume that he's not the guy who sells jokes and gags, so he was either in 3C or 3D.
Yes. Okay.
No problem. Thanks anyway.
So,
shall we go downstairs?
are we allowed to ask the 3D guy if he sells jokes and gags? Or would that be too easy?
All we can do is get him to repeat what he said before.
Damn.
Alright, so let's talk to 2A. You knock on the door.
Sunglasses guy that said that pants wasn't directly below him.
Correct. Who's there? I'm not opening this door with a killer on the loose. I'm investigating the murder. Do you have any information that would help? There's a salesman who specializes in occult stuff. That seems pretty suspicious to me. Which room is he in? I'm not sure, but he isn't the one... I mean, we know he's not the one above. He doesn't live at the same...
because we trust Sunglasses guy.
We do. I'm not sure, but he isn't the one above me. He doesn't live at this... Oh, that's actually kind of funny.
That means he can't be a C, E, or a D.
Right, so he can't be a C or a D. He's not the one right above, which we knew. And obviously it's not him, and we trust the sunglasses guy. So at this point, it's either 2B or 3B. So who's 2B? Oh, hey. You knock on the door and a salesman sticks his head out. Yeah? Oh, hey, I know you. Yeah, you're the guy who was selling pants from before, right? That's me. What's up? Want to buy some pants? So, if you bought the pants, and if you bought the sunglasses from those salesmen, they will actually answer the door because they know you.
Yes,
otherwise...
You get free information regarding who's in those rooms.
Correct. Otherwise, I assume they won't answer the door, and this will be more difficult. So even if you don't need the sleeves, pants, or the +1 moxie from those sunglasses, it's still worth a little bit to get those items from them. Anyway.
Get them anyway.
Yeah. Oh, hey, I know you. Oh, yeah, you're the guy who's selling pants from before, right? That's me. What's up? Want to buy some pants? Not just now. I'm investigating the murder. Ah, yeah, real grisly business. Do you know the other salesmen that live here? Not really. Just the guy who sells those little Derringer pistols. He was complaining about the guy who lives right above him. That's the trinkets and baubles guy. Because he keeps making a racket, dropping stuff on the floor at night. That probably doesn't help you much, though. Well, it's something, thanks.
Okay, so, pistols can't, be, like, on the top floor.
Correct. But so, at this point, by the way, I think the occult guy can only be 3B.
Does that change depending on who you talk to in what order, or no, is it always the same?
I don't remember. Room 2C, there's no response. You try the knob, but the door is locked. Room 2D, but really they're all 2D if you think about it. Dawning, is that funny?
A little bit.
Knock on the door. You knock on the door and a nervous-looking salesman peeks out. I'm warning you, I'm armed. Oh, I know you. Yeah, I think we've met before. You sell Derringers, right? That's right, yes. You should buy one. There's a murderer on the loose. I have already bought one from him, which is, again, why he pops his head out. Actually, I'm investigating the murder. Oh, thank God somebody is. What do you know about the other salesman here? I know that there's a guy who sells occult stuff. I give him a wide berth, though. All I know about him is that he doesn't live in the room below the sunglasses salesman. I see. Neither of them are the victim, by the way. Well, yes, I know. I've seen the sunglasses guy, and we're assuming that the occult guy is... Well, he might have been the victim, but I guess he's not. Should I figure out what... Should I figure out what the deal is with 2C?
I suppose we might as well.
I gotta ask Miss Brewster about it then. Excuse me, Miss Brewster, who lives in 2C? They didn't answer and the door's locked. It's because 2C is my room. Well, can I have a look inside? Certainly not. That's private. You can't possibly imagine I would kill one of my own lodgers. That would be terrible for business. Do we trust her?
He makes a good point. It would be bad for business.
Yes, it would. Alright, so, the Derringer guy was right below Trinkets and Baubles guy.
Yeah.
Right? So, 3D is Trinkets and Baubles guy. We know that 2B is the pants salesman. right?
Right.
2A told us that the guy who sells occult stuff doesn't live above him, doesn't live at the same end as the victim. So he's not the one who sells occult stuff, because otherwise wouldn't be talking about it, and doesn't live in the same end of the hall as the victim. So the occult
Which
guy...
A or B.
Right, so the occult guy wouldn't be the one in 3C, because that is the victim. He's not 3D,
Right.
That's trinkets and baubles.
Oh yeah, there's not a lot of places for him left to be.
Mm-hmm. So 3A was the sunglasses salesman, right? Jokes and Gags, who lives on this floor, and the pants hawker, who doesn't live in the room, which is true. The pants hawker lives in 2B, not 2A. So the Jokes and Gags guy is on this floor. 3B says that the one who sells Jokes and Gags isn't the one who lives next to the one who lives above the one who sells brushes. Which is just a stupid way of saying stuff. 3D, brush salesman lives next to the pants salesman. So the pants salesman lives in... Which one did he live in? He lived in... He lived in 2B, right? Yeah. So the brush salesman is 2A. Pants salesman is 2B. Then we've got Jokes and Gags and Occult. What did 3A say? He was the sunglasses guy. Yeah. So the victim was in 3C. Occult guy lives not on the second floor and not in the same... Well, yeah, because it's brushes and pants in 2A and 2B. So Occult can only be 3B.
Okay. So now we get him to fess up?
I should probably check myself for clues again, or no?
We might as well check. Who knows? Maybe something new has spawned in.
Do we actually want to change my expression?
No, I just want to know if... I just think if you look enough times, surely there'll be a clue on you.
There won't be.
That's a shame.
But alright, I believe I have this solved. Have I solved the case yet? Well,
Possibly? Possibly?
I figured out who the occultist is anyway. Maybe if we confront him with it, he'll either confess or give us some usable information. Are you certain you know which one he is? I won't have you accusing the wrong fella. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
I think we're sure.
Alright, shall we gather everyone together at the scene of the crime so you can do a dramatic reveal like in the novels? Sure, if you want. I must say, this whole murder business is simply dreadful, but it's the most interesting thing that happened here in years. Uh-huh. You head up to 3C, and after a few minutes, Ms. Brewster meets you in there with the salesman in tow. Alright, well, I suppose you're all wondering why I've called you here today. I assumed it was so you could tell us who did the murder. Yeah, that was my guess, too. Right, yeah. Well, as you can see by this weird circle on the floor, the killing probably had occult significance. Therefore, the most likely candidate is the occult's good salesman, who is...
3B, I believe we concluded.
Yes, the guy in 3B. Right, yeah, the guy in 3B. Well, look at his hat. We got the right guy. What? No, I mean, yes, I do sell occult supplies, but that isn't even one of my circles. Are you actually accusing me of murder?
Maybe?
remember how I said the blood wasn't the blood of the victim?
No, I said that.
Well, okay, remember how I agreed with you that it wasn't?
Yes.
Who else do we have in this place? We had brushes, we had trinkets and baubles, pants, derringers, occult stuff, then we had sunglasses.
Derringers seems like the most likely one to spill blood.
He's just a nervous wreck, and those are basically for self-defense anyway.
Okay.
But there was another salesman who was in this place.
Did we go over brushes?
We did.
Yeah. And we've gone over pants, sunglasses, derringer, occult guy, victim, trinkets and baubles, jokes and gags, and...
Jokes and gags.
No one even died!
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure you didn't kill anybody. Suddenly, the wardrobe was locked, remember. Suddenly, the wardrobe flies open and the salesman jumps out. Ha ha! I fooled you all pretty good. Because this guy sells jokes and gags and shit. That's right. How do you like my new fake rubber pool of blood? Isn't it yeah, so we couldn't fish in it. The wardrobe was locked. We knew there was a guy who sold jokes and gags around. Those were your clues that something about this murder was a little fishy.
There weren't any fish in the pool of blood.
That's
fishy?
precisely why it was fishy. Yeah, it's pretty good.
It was a very unfishy pool of blood.
Yes. Here, let me give you something for being such a good sport, kid. Wear it in good health. I got an item, foot's ring. That sounds like a ring you put on your foot, right?
That's what I would expect it to be, yeah?
Now, if you'll all excuse me, I gotta roll this blood back up, and 9 people in this tiny room is 8 too many. Return to the lobby. Well, I must say that went quite satisfactorily. Here's your pay, young lady. You've earned it. You gained 30 meat and 10 XP. Thanks, glad I could be of help. I'd say I'd call you if I ever need your services again, but I think one exciting thing happening here every few years is quite sufficient. If it happens again, I'm just going to throw everyone out. Good idea. So I didn't even have to frame anyone. With the mystery solved, there's nothing worth going upstairs for. Darn it, I can't talk to my friends the salesman anymore.
Wait, if we didn't need to frame anyone, then where did the guy I killed go?
Nobody found that body because somebody covers for you.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. This ring bears the insignia of the Fraternal Order of Traveling Salesmen, Foots, which is difficult to make out in this small size, but it might be a farmer's daughter? Yeah, because the traveling salesmen all flirt with farmers' daughters, right?
Perhaps.
Especially the ones who are, especially the traveling salesmen who are actually traveling saleswomen.
Of course, each traveling saleswoman flirts with farmers' daughters.
Anyway, this makes me more likely to encounter traveling salesmen.
I see.
I don't want to use that dangerous pocket watch. That's just dangerous. That ring, of course, is a ring. I've currently got my toilet ring equipped. This ring came from a toilet, which is why it's smaller than the ring from a bathtub. Alright. I still can't go into the kitchen. And I still can't use the phone. So that solves everything at Ms. Brewster's.
At least for the moment.
Actually, that is, in fact, everything. As she said, if anything exciting happened there again, she'd have to throw everyone out. Uh-oh.
Fair enough.
Now that we have completed the refrigerator factory, there are some new encounters that we will have. So we may have... We may have beat the shit out of the Doughboy leader, disbanded the Doughboys, and stolen the Doughboy leader's pants. Yes, Dawning, we actually did that.
Of course.
We may have defeated the Glocklins and kicked them out of the city. We may have stopped all the tentacle nonsense, which is good, because too much tentacles in the city.
Now we have a pet.
Yes, we do in fact have a pet.
It's good because we now have a pet.
And we took over the Tin Lizzies and are basically getting kickbacks from everything that they do.
Good.
But now something new is here. Nothing hovers towards you. I mean, something hovers toward you, but that something is literally nothing. Let me try that again.
I see.
The thing that appears to be a hole in physical space, the opposite of not just matter, but of existence, hovers toward you. Through it, you can see the faint twinkling lights of ancient dying stars. The black smoke drifting out of it appears to be more of itself, more nothingness, or perhaps anti-thingness leaking into the world. Is that a better description? I think it'll have to do. Oh, here comes another one. These are not friendly voids, these are decidedly unfriendly voids. So fight them.
Well, we have to teach them a lesson so they can learn to be friendly voids.
We do. Now, remember how well, Dawning, you don't remember, but I did say in previous streams that there are certain enemies, by the way, this is another fight, so another fight means more spiders. God, we're up to 80 already. There are some enemies that will have a physical damage cap. Yeah, all of the shadow enemies, so the shadow orbs over here, cannot take more than 5 physical damage at a time. Now, Obi does, well, first of all, Obi does only 4 damage, but he also does hot damage, so that doesn't matter. Surprisingly, though, these things are not immune to being poisoned, bleeding, or on fire. So if you have those effects, you're fine to use them, which you can see that they're all poisoned here because I'm wearing my toilet ring. The spider is, in fact, immune to poison, which makes certain sense. So I'll have Obi take care of that one. Use Shadow Ball. Man, -2 to all stats is not good. They're definitively not immune to stench damage, because Margaret just stenched them all with her cheese stench.
Good job, Margaret.
Yeah. Now swear at this orb. Queso Fustalento does fixed damage, so it doesn't matter that my stats went down. And I definitively still have enough stats to take out this thing. Margaret is very powerful.
Good.
You won. The orbs dissolve into black smoke and, I don't know, angst, probably? 10 XP. And Arlington, the Mockingbird, got more powerful. In this game, you have familiars,
Arlington.
by the way, Dawning.
Is that Arlington? And
Yes. The spider is not
like
my
a good
familiar. The
familiar.
spider just shows up because I have this in arachnophilia mode. Alright, let's head back to the speakeasy, because I think it's about time for us to talk to Fancy Dan over there. By the way, the speakeasy is, of course, where I left Gabby the Goblin. As I said, you can you will have multiple companions in this game, but you can only have one of them traveling with you at a time.
Sure.
All right, let's talk to...
Where's Gabby?
Hmm?
Where's Gabby?
Gabby's over here.
I don't see her. Oh, all the way over there. Ah. Hi, Gabby.
Yes. Do you see something else in this bar?
There's a spittoon. We can't reach it though, can we?
No, we cannot. Would you like... I showed this last time, but would you like me to interact with it?
Yes, please.
This spittoon has been placed at a really challenging height. Ask Dan about it. Hey Dan, your spittoon is kind of inconvenient. Nah, baby. This spittoon isn't for spitting in. That's gone out of style now that mass-produced cigarettes are readily available anyway. No, that's a bona fide historical artifact. What, really? That's right. Belonged to a famous adventurer from Frisco just before the turn of the century. Really? Who?
That must have been Melvin.
Well, nobody's exactly sure. A lot of people think it belonged to Mumfler Fumperdink. It's a strong theory because if there's one thing we know about that cat, it's that he loved spittoons. But other people say it belonged to a fellow by the last name of Thurnleon, and a whole lot of other people claim it belonged to a whole lot of other people. But there's one thing we know for sure about this spittoon. Whosever it was, they didn't use it for spitting into. Dawning, what did they do with it?
They wore it as a hat.
What? Ew! Gross! Right, they sure got into some weird stuff back then. Yeah, you missed the finale of West of Loathing, so you missed the whole scene with the spittoon hat.
So it was Melvin Eastwood.
Well, so the specific references to Mumfler, Fumperdink, and Thurnleon there are playthroughs or stream series or whatever from more people who are a fuck ton more famous than I am when it comes to streaming content. Mumfler Fumperdink in particular was Markiplier's playthrough of the game.
I see.
You do know who Markiplier is?
Very vaguely.
Yeah.
He's one of them guys.
He's been around for a long time and has a fuck ton of subscribers.
Well, I've heard.
Also, his West of Loathing series was ridiculously hilarious. He did, in fact, have... Like, his reactions every time there was a spittoon was hilarious. Now, the biggest problem that I have with his playthrough of the game, and I can't blame him for this, because I've mentioned that West of Loathing is notorious for this shit, he left a lot undone. It's not his fault, right? Like, he did get the train all the way to Frisco, he dealt with Emperor Norton, and all of that stuff, so he completed the main quest of the game, but he didn't deal with
stumble across all the side quests.
Right, he didn't deal with the Necromancer, he didn't deal with the Hell Cows. There were a lot of places he never ended up exploring. He never was he didn't revive Buffalo Bill, but that's because he just went in and started fucking around with stuff in the Buffalo pile without actually knowing what he was doing, despite the fact that the game warned him against doing that.
Okay, but sometimes you don't heed the game's warning. It's not a good idea. You get stuff from spittoons.
Yes, but
Can
no,
you at
like
least look in the spittoons?
we cannot now.
He
Yeah,
at least
no
get
kidding.
stuff from spittoons.
There was nothing in that spittoon anyway. That's why it was used as a hat. There's not even spit in there anyway. But let's talk to Fancy Dan about something more important. Hey, it's you again.
Hi.
You find...
Hi, Dan.
Yeah. You find Oliver? I think we did, right?
Sort of. He wasn't really Oliver anymore.
Yeah, sort of. I don't like the sound of that. Oliver is... gone? The handoff went extremely bad. Badly. Yeah, that too. You go over the events at the fridge factory. Fancy Dan makes a variety of faces at various points in your story because Fancy Dan is a good listener. Bartenders usually are, right?
I don't know. I don't go to bars.
Of course not. Anyway, show him the deed. Oliver was carrying this with him. Dan skims the deed. Says here that ownership of the speakeasy is automatically transferred to whoever has the physical possession of this deed. Huh. Is that legal? None of this is legal, baby! Oh yeah.
It's the 20s.
It is. It's Prohibition era. 1928 specifically. Guess you're my new boss, baby. Let's have one drink to mourn the old boss, another one to celebrate the new one. That's a good idea.
Great idea.
I guess we ought to change the name since, well, Oliver's place is no longer Oliver's place. Suppose that's right. Got any ideas? Well, you could go traditional and just call it Margaret's place. Or something hip like the Purple Door. Or something incisive and avant-garde. I don't know, Noblesse Oblique. Oblige, or whatever. Or we could name it something else entirely.
I'm not in a coming up with names range state, so unless you have something, I'm fine with Noblesse Oblige.
Should I give you some ideas as to what I used for speakeasy names for my other playthroughs?
Why not?
I used the name The Prancing Yandere as a reference both to Yandere-chan and the Prancing Pony from Lord of the Rings. And then I also used the name Erizu's Paradise.
I see. I feel like that's not getting me any closer to an answer.
I don't want to name it anything boring like the default options. That's boring.
Very well. What about Goblin House?
We can do that. One word or two?
One.
Okay. There should be enough space for that.
Oh, I didn't even consider that possibility.
There's plenty of...
If Prancing Yandere fits, then surely Goblin House will fit.
Yeah. Alright, so Goblin House is the name of the speakeasy, even though the goblin doesn't go to bars.
Gabby does.
Fair enough, and we saw one other one in the background.
Exactly, goblins go here.
Yeah.
We gotta make sure goblins know that the speakeasy is a good place for goblins.
Yes. Goblin House. I like it. Now, to business.
To business!
To business! We make the beer in-house, so that's safe. But we're out of everything else. And based on your story, I'd say the stuff at the factory isn't safe to use. Yeah, if you find booze or mixers or garnishes, bring it back here. Any idea where I can get started with that? Nah, but you can check with Barnaby. Barnaby? Dan points at the milky-eyed sot at the table by the wall. He doesn't see very well, but he's got a nose for news and a sixth sense for booze. You might know where you can find what you're looking for. Thanks.
Barnaby, what do you know?
It's Barnaby. Talk to him. Turns his head toward you and smiles. Stare at him and grin.
I want an agent of chaos.
Yes. You grin at him with eyes so wild even a blind man could clearly see the crazy in them. He grins back. After a few moments and a few sips, he clears his throat and speaks. The lake is deep enough to drown dreams, not the sins of the grandfather. Okay.
That's agent of chaos again?
It's the same thing.
Ah, that's a shame.
So he basically gives you the same clue over and over again. Now, we don't know anything about a lake, mind you, so we'll have to figure that out at another point.
Thank you for trying, Barnaby.
No, I'm sure we'll find something. Actually, there are grapes under there. So let's actually talk to Fancy Dan. Oh, right, I gave him the wine already. Right, so I've got beer and wine already. I forgot that I gave him the wine already. So we're good.
I see.
Now I don't have to pay for
things,
alcohol, though. Which is nice.
Thank you, Dan.
Well, I own the place. Anyway, does this three-headed dog over here look familiar to Little Goblin?
Puppy.
Securberus Building and Loan. I do have at least 6 mysticality, so I can unlock Methapon. Labyrinth of Methapon is not so difficult, really. Once you spend some time with it, you visualize its rooms and corridors, making a mental map of which paths bring you to dead ends, which to success. Key turns decisively in the lock, and the cast iron head of Methapon gives you a little wink. I still don't have 7 muscle or 8 or 8 moxie, so can't get in there just yet.
Methapon will help. A little. As much as he can.
Yeah, it is what it is. But I still have 2 locks that I need to get through there. I'm sure it's fine, though. I don't think there were any other dates.
We'll get there eventually.
Yeah. No, there were no new dates that I encountered, I don't think. Yeah, nothing. Alright, so might as well actually do what I'm supposed to do, right? Talk to Jessica.
Oh, we might as well. I hear she knows things.
I found the watch. It was complicated. I'd be more surprised if you told me it was simple. Well, you know the drill. Strap it on and jump into the uncursing machine. Dawning, we're talking about a watch.
I want to watch more Curse.
It's a pocket watch. It doesn't just uncurse the thing and get some sleep, okay? You look like you've been through the ringer. I won't dispute that. Well, she doesn't have anything to say about anything else. These books look kinda cursed. It's Murray's desk piled with books and papers. You get a weird feeling about it for some reason. Investigate?
Investigate.
Yeah. Nestled among the books and papers is a book of old but still valid postage stamps with a few missing. They're surrounded with a haze of shadowy energy, but you can still clearly see the illustrations of cute dogs on them. Wait a minute, cute dogs? That's just like the stamp that survived your luggage fire. Oh dang, of course. That stamp is what destroyed your luggage. All your best stuff was in there. Your clothes, your teddy bear. That tears it. This shadow business has become personal. I mean, it was personal already because of Murray being your uncle and all, but now it's extra personal. Grrr. What's up? These stamps have shadow gunk on them, and one of them killed my luggage. Oh my gosh, I guess that was my fault. I ran out of stamps and I found those inside Murray's desk. I didn't even think to test them. I'm so sorry. It's not your fault. It's whatever's causing this damn shadow stuff. I'm definitely going to put a stop to it, though. Wait, how many of these stamps have you used? Just the one, thankfully. The rest must have already been gone when Murray found them. Well, that's good news, at least. Alright, so they're telling me to uncurse the pocket watch.
I guess we have to.
We technically don't, but...
Is it required to progress the story?
No.
Puppy dog. Or is that a kitty cat?
It
Or a
is.
puppy dog?
That's a cat.
Go pet the kitty cat, please.
Calliope wakes up and purrs as you approach, only because I fed her sardines earlier. I can pet her. Now, I can only have one cat's favor at a time. I have Margaret's boon. I can replace it with Calliope's boon.
You have your own boon?
So Margaret is a different cat that happens to share the same name as me. It's...
Do we know what these boons do?
So I know what Margaret's boon is. And when I say, by the way, that the cat happens to... It means that no matter what your player character's name is, the cat will have the same name.
That is interesting.
So I pet Calliope and get her boon. I don't care because I'm about to end the day. Margaret's boon was actually really, really, really fucking good. And it's one that you have to be very, very careful for, to get, because you can easily miss it, because, like I said in the first episode, you actually have to find all 4 instances of the cat in the prologue, and to do that you have to fish in the toilet, get the minnow shorts, put the minnow shorts on, and know where to start looking for the cat. Calliope's boon, you can see that under effects, that's +1 physical armor. Margaret's boon, or the Dream Cat's boon, is +1 to all 3 M stats. Right, so you've got muscle, mysticality, and moxie. Now, there is another cat that Little Goblin may be interested in meeting.
I love kitty cats.
In Captain Dirch's,
cats.
in Captain Dirch's house, after you finish his side quest, you'll encounter the cat Old Ishmael, who will let you pet him.
Hi, Ishmael.
Ishmael over there, his boon... Oops. It's this one that I wanted. Is +1 mysticality. So, objectively worse than Margaret's, but if I were to go into combat again, I'd want Ishmael over Calliope, just for the stat. Captain Dirch is still sleeping. Now, if Little Goblin is curious and wants to know about all of the cats that we encountered at any given time, there is this ZR button. And you can see other notes and information. Cats and their boons. So we've got it doesn't mention Margaret, because that's... I don't know why. But other than Margaret, we've seen Calliope and we've seen Ishmael, and that's all we have for now.
You're a kitty cat.
Alright. So I think that's about everything we can do here. I don't want to talk to you. I don't need a frickin' paperclip. I already have a paperclip. I want to go to bed. I will want to uncurse the pocket watch, and there's no reason to not uncurse the pocket watch now. You can uncurse it. It'll be fine. There was a reason not to uncurse the fedora immediately, Because again, you hadn't chosen a player class yet, so it would randomize your M stat bonus from the hat if you uncursed it immediately, and then you wouldn't be able to get the 2 bits of 30 meat, right? So you can't access the boardwalk during the prologue, so you would never get to take a picture with the cursed fedora and get 30 meat for that.
Ah, I see.
You'd still be able to get a picture with the uncursed fedora, but that's 30 meat as opposed to 60 meat for what's basically the same hat.
Mm-hmm.
So let's go to sleep. Aha! Hey Margaret, before you go to bed, I need you to approve a new tenant for the storefront next door. What? Why is that up to me? Charles shrugs. Somebody's got to do it. There's 3 applicants for the place. Alright. Let's hope we find a jewelry store. Little Goblin? You want a jewelry store.
It sounds tasty.
Damn. First applicant is Jardware's Hardware. I guess if your name is Jardware, your option for rhyming business names are pretty limited. Second is Truncheons and Bludgeons. Guy is really excited about weaponry. Last applicant is Texas Instruments. Guy from Texas selling musical instruments.
Well, if we can't get any tasty jewelry, then Goblin could use some guns.
So you're thinking hardware.
That's not what I... Oh.
Truncheons and Bludgeons is melee weapons. Texas Instruments is literally musical instruments.
Well, Goblin would like to be... I do like melee weapons. Yeah,
so weapon store is useful...
For Goblin.
Well, weapon store is useful if you are a pig skinner. Instrument store is useful if you are a jazz agent. Neither of those is useful if you're a cheese whizzer.
Uh-huh.
Hardware store?
Is that useful for a cheese wizard specifically?
It's useful for all classes.
Fine, you can have your hardware store.
Why does Little Goblin sound so pissed off?
Because I want to smack things with big weapons.
Gabby smacks things with her hands. She doesn't need weapons.
Right, but it's more fun to use big weapons sometimes.
Alright, fine. It won't benefit me at all. Like, this is probably the unluckiest pull that I could get for stores. By the way, if you were a jazz agent, the instruments that you'll get from Texas Instruments are better than Zimmer's cello.
Okay.
But alright, fine. Little Goblin wants weapons store. I'll go weapons store.
Thank you.
You're welcome. It's not like the hardware store wouldn't be that much more useful for me. I think the biggest thing about it is that they sell anarchists hardware. So I'd have an unlimited supply of that. Anyway, hey, it's that rug from the boarding house. Ms. Brewster must have sent it to you as an additional gesture of gratitude. Maybe because she hates the way it looks and thinks it's cursed. You remember this rug,
That's
right?
That's impossible. I remember the rug.
Yeah. So, as we complete adventures, more and more stuff ends up in our room. And again, this is definitively something I think is done much better in this game compared to West of Loathing. In West of Loathing, there were things that we could put at in our room at the Jewel Saloon, but not nearly as much.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. You can barely keep your eyes open at this point. Shall we go to sleep?
I suppose we might as well.
I don't think we have a choice.
Margaret does need to be rested.
Yes, she does. This, by the way, is why it's a defeat count and not a day count, and I won't have a day count because there's a fixed number of days here. Alright, let's go to sleep, and you are about to discover the world of dreams, Dawning.
Is there another kitty cat there?
Yes, Margaret.
Oh, so make sure you pet her.
Of
Please.
course.
She needs pet.
It's Margaret, that cat from the gas station. Funny coincidence running into her here. And I get Margaret's boon. Shall I check what that is?
I assume it hasn't changed, but there's no reason not to, I suppose.
You're dreaming, so it probably isn't safe to look too closely at your character sheet right now. What about my inventory? The only way to interact with your inventory during a dream is if you had convinced Freddy to hold it for you at exactly the moment when you went to sleep.
Who's Freddy? Who's Freddy?
Oh, you don't want to say I did that, though?
We did do that, but who's Freddy?
Well, if you don't know who Freddy is, obviously you didn't do that.
We're going to say we did that, and then you're going to tell me who Freddy is.
No, you didn't. I did. I asked Freddy to hold all of my stuff, and he said yes. You don't even know Freddy. Fine, you caught me. There is no Freddy, that's the joke. Well, no Freddy in this game, I should say. The bed in which your corporeal self is presumably still sleeping. All of your favorite pants gone. Dawning, is it a shame that all of Margaret's pants burned?
Yes, it is a shame. Poor Margaret.
Yeah. And her teddy bear, too.
She deserved to keep a teddy bear. That's sad.
I know. This guy looks menacing. It's Jeff, the kid who used to bully you in 3rd grade.
Has he gotten better since 3rd grade?
Well, it says make amends.
I guess we can try.
Hey, Jeff, listen, no hard feelings, okay? I understand in retrospect they must have had problems at home, and I just want you to know everything is okay now. Jeff swats the overdue library book out of your hands. Ah, I see. Since this is...
So, this making amends thing...
Not working so well, is it? Ah, I see. Since this is just a dream version of you, you're still as much of a jerk as you were in 3rd grade. Jeff suddenly punches you, knocking out all of your teeth. Hey, if this was actually happening, I'd be really mad. You pick up your teeth and walk away. You got an item. Your teeth. What a jerk.
Yeah. Can't believe he did that after you tried to make amends.
Yeah, you'd better get away from him before he knocks something out more important than your dream teeth. Uh-oh. Dawning.
What?
Is it a pretty lady with some kind of weird device?
It is. Hi, Crimbo lady.
It's that creepy Crimbo lady from the refrigerator factory, now in literal nightmare form. Shall I try to move past her?
I would like to talk to her. Does she have anything to say?
Well, my only option is try to move past her. Let's see what that does. Excuse me, I need to get past you. Why, are you in a hurry to wake up? Darling, it's Crimbo. You should be making merry. Crimbo is still months away. I believe this game takes place in October, so yes. Yes, it is. Oh, but it's always Crimbo in dreams, dear.
He makes an excellent point.
Marry Crimbo, then?
Marry Crimbo.
Marry Crimbo, dearie. I didn't have time to properly introduce myself before. I'm Dark Noel. In an affectation as goofy as her name, she curtsies. Well, isn't that polite?
Oh, she is polite.
Dark Noel, eh? You're really taking this motif seriously. Right down to your weird, evil-looking crimbo hat. Her smile falters
Call
a
her,
little. Hmm?
call her evil looking. Come on, and you can do better than that, Margaret.
Yeah, well, I told you at the refrigerator factory, it's just a... Wait. She points the weird device she's holding at her hat. It starts beeping in a fast, irregular pattern. You're telling me you can see the special crimbo magic with your eyes?
Apparently.
Yes, if that's what it is. This is decidedly unfestive news. I'd better talk to the president. I'd better talk to the president.
Yes,
Ugh.
because surely the president cares whether some girl can see your magic.
You want to talk to Calvin Coolidge about your crimbo hat? Yes, this is in fact 1928. Calvin Coolidge was U.S. president in 1928. That is historically accurate. Are you proud of the game?
Oh, I'm shocked. I didn't think they cared about accuracy. I
Yeah.
thought that was kind of the point.
No, Calvin Coolidge. They literally name dropped the actual U.S. president of 1928. The president during the Roaring Twenties. Silent Cal. I want to talk to the real president about you. I see. Yes, that is the problem, dear, and I'll see you soon with the solution. Dawning, does that sound like a threat, or does that sound like a promise?
It could be both.
Ah, so she's threatening to see you again, and you don't like that.
No, that makes it. She makes. I'm more concerned. I'm not threatened by the fact that she intends to see me again. I'm threatened by the talking to the president aspect of it.
Oh, don't worry, I'm sure the president is friendly. Actually, with
Okay.
regard... Well, I made a bit of a mistake on that one, but we'll get to that when we get to that. She scowls and jumps off the edge of whatever this is that you're standing on. Dominus! But yeah, no, if you were a pig skinner, that would be an encounter with General Bruise. If you were a jazz agent, that would be an encounter with Terrence Poindexter. I'm sure you prefer Dark Noel to both of those.
You don't?
I actually do prefer Dark Noel. Anyway, this bookshelf is not behaving the way bookshelves do when you are awake. Grab a book at random.
Might as well look.
Well, I got The Melting Mind. That sounds fun.
And safe.
Very safe. The doorway back to the waking world. That sounds boring, right?
It doesn't seem like there's much else to do in the screen, though.
Yeah, there isn't. And if we want to meet your favorite character...
We have to wake up and find Molly.
Holy fuck, who's this guy? Alarmingly, a man in an expensive suit is standing at the foot of your bed. What the heck? Who are you? You may call me Don Toblerone. I representate a certain organization of, shall we say, like-minded criminals. Organized criminals? Like,
I do like criminals.
Yes.
Some of them, at least.
Organized criminals? Like, the mob? Wait, you're the Don of the local mob? The mob boss in my room? Personally? No. I am not the Don. That is merely my nomenclature. It is an abbreviation for Donald. Oh, well, that's confusing. It has been a matter of some confiscation, yes. I do have a sobriquet, but I don't care for it very much. What is it? Donnie Thesaurus. I'm gonna hazard a guess they call you that because you like long words. That is very astute of you. Of course, this astutation comes as no surprise to me. My associates tell me you handled yourself well during the conflagration at the refrigerator manufactorium.
We did do that.
Alright, I handle myself well all the time. I am here to propound for your considerationing a certain proposition. Come again? I'm here to make you an offer. Oh, can I refuse it? Certainly, though your refusation would be, shall we say, unadvisatory? Should I tell him to go fly a kite?
We should see what the offer is first before we kick him out. Maybe he's got something useful.
What's the offer? From time to time, my collegiates and I have certain requirements, but lack the necessary manpower to achieve them. At such junctures, we make lucrative arrangements with certain capable individualists. We find ourselves at this moment at a juncture such as the junctures I have thus subscribed. So, you want me to do contract work for the mob?
Sounds like it.
Exactingly. I'm sorry,
I see no problem with this.
Okay, sure. Why not? An excellent decision, if I may articulate such. So, what happens now? Just,
Crime. What happens now is crime.
Yes. Just, sit tight, as they say. We will call upon you, telephonically. He gives you a curt nod, then leaves the room through the window. It takes him 3 or 4 tries to work the latch. Alright then. Now, if you refuse that guy's offer, you will not meet Dawning's favorite character. Also, I've never actually refused the offer, but based on some information that I was looking up, you will have mob guys fight you in random encounters in Ocean City. Whereas, obviously, if you're working for them, you will not have that.
Of course not, they're friendly.
Anyway, given that it is a new day, let's sit in the Crescent Throne, shall we?
Sure.
You sit for a moment and reflect on both your power and your responsibilities, and regain the effect Heavy as the Hand. Like I said, that was an effect. You do have to replenish it every day, but it's literally as easy as that. And Dawning, by the by, this is where you see that Margaret's boon is +1 to all 3 M stats.
Thank you, Margaret.
Yes, that's a good kitty. Hey there, Margaret. How'd you sleep? Fine, until a mob guy crawled in my bedroom window. Oh yeah, that window is pretty lousy. Anyway, the next antique I need you to find is a compass. The directions kind, not the circles kind. The Detectotron says it's out near Crystal Dream Lake. Hey, Dawning, we heard something about a lake earlier, didn't we?
Yeah, that one guy, Barnaby, said something about it.
So there's probably booze by that lake.
It does seem quite plausible.
Yes. I don't know where that is, but I bet it's too far to walk. Do you have a car I can borrow? No. But I have something even better than that. Dawning, what's better than one car?
A bus?
Don't ruin the punchline. 2 cars. The bus pass. The stop out front is your gateway to a whole wide world of adventure. You got an item. Bus pass.
I didn't expect to be right.
Yeah, no, you were in fact right. I mean, I guess you missed the part where I came to this city on a bus. And there's a bus stop right outside the front. Anyway, swell. Thanks. Where do I go when I get there? Unfortunately, I couldn't get a more specific reading than near the lake. Something about the place is making the instruments grow all screwy. Here, take this map. You got an item. Crystal Dream Lake postcard. Location unlocked, Crystal Dream Lake Lighthouse. This is a postcard. It has a map of the lake on it. It has a picture of the lake on it. Yeah, that's what a map is. A picture of a place.
Correct.
I guess I can't argue with that logic. So, alright, I have the Crystal Dream Lake postcard as opposed to the Ocean City mapkin. This picture postcard of Crystal Dream Lake is detailed enough to serve as an ersatz map. If we look at it... Oh, yeah, that's fine. Can't really look at it here. The bus pass, an unlimited bus pass good for an entire year. It's truly a ticket to a world of moderate convenience and comfort. Hooray. Let's read The Melting Mind, though. You're not sure what kind of...
fun and safe.
You're not sure what kind of book this is. Avant-garde social commentary, psychedelic research journal, total nonsense created by the random nighttime firings of your own neurons, grants a combat skill, mind melt, deals an opponent's mysticality to itself in hot damage. Read. You read the weird book, including all the several page-long footnotes, the parts in different typefaces and orientations, and the parts written in languages you don't speak. You got a skill, Mind Melt. Can't help but think there's more to the story than this, though. Maybe you should read it again. If you do, Mind Melt will also heal you for 5 HP. I don't have 75 XP, so I can't read it now. At least the book doesn't disappear. So that is another thing that you can use XP for, right? Because you've only got the certain amount of basic skills that you can use.
Sure.
Right? Because this is it. Right? Once I've gotten all of these, there's no more that I can do.
Uh-huh.
So you can also use it to upgrade those combat skills, plus there are other ways that you can use XP. Oh, hey! Check the message pad next to the phone. There's a note for you. Call Don T. Shall I call the mob back?
We could, yeah.
You dial the number. Salutations. Whom is telephoning, might I inquire? Hi, Don, it's me, Margaret. Ah, you recipientated my missive. Commendable. Yeah, what's up? There is an assignment of which I require your performation. An assignment? Were I the comedic sort, I might refer to it as an undertaking. Uh-oh.
We're not stealing underwear, are we?
No.
Okay, then let's kill someone.
You want me to kill someone? Okay! Your eagitude is appreciated. Permit me to elaboratize upon the mission parametrics. Uh-huh. There is an antiquated distillery near Crystal Dream Lake. Grandpa Joe's distillery, to be precocious. It was abandoned when prohibitioning began, albeit with its liquor manufacturating equipment intact. A group contrapositive to our own has claimed it as their territory, and we wish these bloodsuckers to be evicted with extreme prejudice.
So are these vampires or mosquitoes?
We'll get there. So you want me to give the bum's rush to a bunch of rival mob goons? There is no underground criminal organization that rivals our own in this vicinity. When I say bloodsuckers, it is my intentioning that you will observe in that phraseology a high degree of literalness. The group to which I am referenced The group to which I referenced are Nosferatu.
Okay.
I
We can
did
kill some vampires,
tell you
probably.
when we were talking to Chuck in West of Loathing that based on what I know about this universe, I would have assumed vampire over cannibal.
I see, yeah.
What? Nosferatu, Langsur, Strigoi, Draculas, vampires. Okay, I get it. You're telling me there are actual vampires in this part of the world. Affirmative. They have been a pain in our necks for quite an extensive period of time. Oh, I appear to have inadvertently voiced another witticism. I noticed. I know I noticed. Did you notice, Dawning?
I did notice.
Good. Then we're going to
Pain
change
in our
this to I did notice. Alright, I'll take care of your vampires. I guess that isn't much weirder than the fishmen. Where's this distillery? Don Toblerone gives you directions to the place eventually. Meaning he blabbed for like 20 minutes before he gave you the address. Location unlocked, Grandpa Joe's distillery. Additional to that, you will be requisitioning the combination for the lock. Let me guess. Is it 1, 2, 3, 4? Certainly not. Kindly allow us the credit for a modicum of operational securitizing. We selected the most unassailable combination possible. 9999. Boy, it's a good thing I kicked the Glocklins out, because otherwise they would go straight to 9. Alright, bye. Now then, Dawning, I think you want me to step outside.
I suppose we should.
Well, she wasn't there before, was she? Neither was the Truncheons and Bludgeons store, was it?
It appears that there are new things here, yes.
Let's go investigate Truncheons and Bludgeons. I don't think we need to talk to the girl, huh?
Could talk to her. Just a little bit, at least.
No. You wanted this store, so here's this store. Shopkeeper is a big,
Okay,
beefy...
I guess we can...
Hmm?
I guess we can look in the store and then talk to the girl.
Yeah. Shopkeeper is a big, beefy, friendly-looking guy. Introduce myself. Hi, I'm Margaret. Well, hello there, my friend. Jen Jorgensen. Glad to meet you. He grabs your hand in a big, meaty handshake. This is supposed to be some kind of Scandinavian accent. So, you sell weapons here? Oh, yeah. If you're needing any kind of device that takes advantage of leverage and momentum. God, I'm doing Scottish, not... I can't do Viking. Where's No Worry when I need her? Anyway, what's for sale? You've got a croquet mallet and an ice axe. So the croquet mallet does muscle plus 3 physical damage, an elegant tool repurposed for inelegant tasks, and an ice axe. Axe is imbued with a cold enchantment so that you can chop up ice without melting any of it. Deals your muscle plus 3 cold damage. Again, useful if you are a pig skinner. I am not one of those.
Yeah. That is mildly unfortunate, but you said you couldn't really get anything good from that pull. So...
Jardware's hardware again would have given me some stuff, but it is what it is. As you progress through each chapter, the stores will have more available. I was really hoping for the jewelry store.
Because you wanted to feed goblins?
Because I want one of the best items in the game.
Also because you want to feed goblin?
Yes, that too. Speaking of feeding Goblin, though, I won't be feeding Goblin, but I will be introducing Goblin to her favorite character.
Bye, Molly.
A blonde flapper cracks her chewing gum, and then gives you a sharky grin and a little wave. Talk to her. Hey there, kitty cat. You're Margaret Eckelberg, right?
That would be correct.
That's me. Pleased to meet you. I'm Molly. Molly Buttons, they call me. Sure. So how do you know my name? The boss sent me to lend you a hand, and to keep an eye on. Savvy? What? Hey! Hey now, I put in my 2 weeks notice before I left Poughkeepsie, fair and square. Huh? No, not that boss, Dora. The boss. The boss? You know. She glances over both shoulders, then hisses at you. The mob boss. Oh, that the boss. Sheesh, I can't tell if you've got a screw loose or if you're just funning with me. I like to keep people guessing. So what, you're supposed to partner up with me? That's the deal, McNeil. And do what? What's a 20-something girl like you doing working for the mob anyway? Hey now, I ain't just a pretty face. She pulls a Tommy gun with a full-size drum magazine from behind her back, gives it a flip in the air, and catches it with a mad glitter in her eyes.
Good.
I think Dawning is in love. Holy jeez! Put that away before someone sees it. Cripes! You have to whisper, the boss. But you're fine with waving a machine gun around in public? So, are we teaming up or what?
We've got room.
Alright. So you want me to call her a gun-toting cutie pie, huh?
Yeah. Why not?
Sure, I've always got room for a gun-toting cutie pie. You flirting with me? Sorry, kitty. You're a cutie too, but I've already got a Sheba upstate. So, Dawning, what's the other reason why you like Molly Buttons?
He has a big gun.
The other reason.
He likes girls.
Yes, she's a lesbian. If you were a guy, you still have the option to say this, but she'd basically turn you down and say she's into girls. Which she says here, right? She says you're a cutie too, already have a Sheba, meaning her girlfriend, upstate. Shucks, well, welcome to the party anyway.
I see.
So do we want her to come with me right now, or do we want her to stay at Goblin House for a while?
We can bring her into the park. Bring her as the main companion for a while. That said, it is getting kinda late.
Yes, it is. Hey, Obi, mind waiting for me at Goblin House? Suits me just fine. My dogs are barking up a storm. You got it. Let's hit the bricks. Hit those bricks. So now Molly Buttons is, in fact, our companion. Let's wander around for a little bit, see if I can get into combat, show off her skills. And that might be the last thing that we do today.
I suppose so.
Alright. Of course, I'm not finding combat when I want to. Of course, having removed all the gangs and the tentacles, that does remove a decent amount of the combat. Anyway, this is a Molly-specific event. As the two of you are walking down the street, Molly suddenly stops and gestures at a nearby gun shop. Oh, hey, I know this bulldogger. Hang on a second. You want to go shopping? Nah, I just want to get my typewriter a quick tune-up. The sight's on kinda hinky. Cut yourself a piece of cake. I'll be right back. You don't see any cake around here, disappointingly, but Molly returns presently with a freshly polished Tommy gun and a cheerful grin. By the way, in case it's not obvious, boy does she use a lot of 1920s slang that Margaret doesn't exactly understand. Anyway, her moxie increases by 1. Now we're hitting on all sixes. Come on, kitty. Let's get a wiggle on. I thought Gabby was hard to understand.
Maybe
Come
you
on,
should
give
have
me
studied
combat.
the goblinoid tongues, Margaret.
Technically we didn't need it. Nope. I know this could be combat. We do not want to fight them. Trust me, we do not want to fight them. And the Tin Lizzies are here, but I'm not fighting them because I'm their boss. My trusted lieutenant, Goldie Steele. Close enough. Oh, by the way, Dawning, you're gonna love this. You didn't see this interaction earlier. What's up? Nothing in particular. I just happened to see and thought I'd say, hey, go get him. Great job. Keep it up. That sort of thing. Gosh, I literally have zero idea what it is you're doing, though. Well, me neither, but it hasn't stopped me. You're an inspiration to us all. I love the Tin Lizzies so much. Come on, give me combat. Not you. And he doesn't go away if you buy a paperclip from him, by the way. Otherwise, I would buy a paperclip from him. Give him the match, get some XP. Math homework. God, who wants to do math homework? Alright, this is another interaction that you have. Molly notices some tin cans scattered in an alley and stops to stack them into a pyramid. Let's do some bean shooter practice. Every little bit helps, and anyway, my fingers are getting itchy. Seems like maybe we shouldn't be shooting guns in the middle of the city. Baloney. It's copacetic. The fuzz here ain't worth a plug nickel. And who else is going to raise a beef when we're clearly healed? I'll take your word for it as soon as I figure out what it was. 2 of you take turns shooting at the cans until you run out of cans. 10 XP. God damn it, I don't want to fight these guys for reasons that aren't going to be obvious until much later, but here we go. Fucking Christ. A couple of black orbs or holes or whatever these bizarre shadow monsters are made of are drifting toward you. You experiment with them a little bit, walking around behind them, moving erratically to see how closely they track you, trying to get them to collide with each other, and so on. Can't really draw any conclusions from this. Also, they seem to be getting annoyed with all your fooling around, although you aren't sure how they know that. Fight them. Again, these are not the friendly voids. However, more spiders is more spiders. Right?
I suppose so. We just need to keep these voids from friendliness.
Anyway, those things deal spooky damage, which is fun. I will try not to KO everything immediately.
That way Molly gets a turn.
Yes, because that's kind of the whole point of this. So let's mind melt this thing, because I want to show that off too. I've never used it before. And it's a waste, but we'll weapon attack the other shadow orb and have Molly take out the spider. So, Tommy Spray. Molly Buttons will shoot a random enemy for 1 physical damage 8 times. In this case, it means that because it's just the spider, she'll shoot that 8 times for 1 damage. If there were multiple enemies, it would be random which ones she chooses. Now, technically, this is physical damage, but since she's only doing 1 damage at a time, even if you had just
you can
one...
do the whole... You can do all of it to a void.
You can, because it's just 1 at a time. So it doesn't deal with that. Her other ability is Kneecap, or Cap Knee. Molly Buttons will kneecap Wetland's Barking Spider for 3 physical damage, reducing their muscle by 3.
I see.
Kneecap or Cap Knee is generally the less useful one, unless you have a bunch of enemies and you specifically want to do 3 or more, because she can level up too. 3 or more damage to an enemy, but we're going to Tommy Spray, because that's what she likes doing best.
Good. She deserves it.
Yep. And that's Molly Button's abilities. You won. The orbs dissolve into black smoke and, I don't know, angst probably.
Good job, Molly.
Yes. So we now have 137 XP. We could get Subcutaneous Gouda, Mind Over Monster, Stony Heart, or Lapidary Empathy.
The mind over monster seems quite useful to have on a Seas Wizard.
It does. I'm actually half inclined to go Stony Heart. And do I still have enough? I still have enough for Subcutaneous Gouda. Mind Over Monster is good, but Stony Heart means 5 XP from gathering, so it's another source of XP. Now I get 5 extra XP from fights, 5 XP from gathering, and then 10 XP from news. So it's just easier to get. It's easier to get XP moving forward.
That does seem fair.
Alright, so I think that this is as good a place as any to end things off for today. We did accomplish quite a bit today. We wiped out all of the gang... Well, yeah, technically speaking, we wiped out all of the gangs in Ocean City. Although, strictly speaking, we basically just took over the Tin Lizzies because I don't want to hurt them. They're all too cute. Especially Big Liz. We solved the murder at Ms. Brewster's. We also dealt with the situation at the fridge factory and became the owner of the speakeasy, renaming it Goblin House and acquiring the cursed pocket watch. Most importantly, though, well, we also kicked the tentacles out of the tentacle house, making it the regular house. Most importantly, though, we got a void crystal from that no house over there, because there was never a house there to begin with, right?
There was no house.
Yeah, you know. It was a nondescript place. We just happened to stop by there and find a void crystal. Yeah. Yep.
That's correct.
Alright, good. Another fine, productive episode. So, if you, like Little Goblin Dawning, only caught part of today's stream, you can check out the full thing over on my YouTube channel over there. Otherwise, if you want to catch me live, you can catch me live on my Twitch channel over there. I go live Monday evenings and Wednesday evenings at 7:30 p.m. U.S. Central. Monday evenings are Ace Attorney 3. Wednesday evenings are Shadows over Loathing. What else? Oh yeah, you can also catch me live over on the Bulbagarden channel over there. I go live on the Bulbagarden channel at 8:30 a.m. U.S. Central Time on Sundays with my Pokemon Y Fairy-type challenge run that I absolutely hate because there is almost nothing redeemable about those games. You can also catch DawningWinds on there when she is feeling well, Saturday nights at 8 p.m. U.S. Central Time for Pokemon Art. You can also catch other excellent streamers on that channel, like CapsFan, whom you can get on his...
He's in charge now.
He is in charge now. He has been in charge there for quite some time. You can also find him...
officially permanently in charge now.
He has been for quite some time.
He only announced it earlier today.
I know he did, but we had this conversation probably over a month ago. Actually, probably closer to 2 months ago.
He's officially announced that he's in charge now.
Not here. Here I'm in charge. Wait. Am I in charge
Are you?
here?
You don't feel very in charge. I think you might be not in charge.
I'm pretty sure I'm in charge.
You sure about that?
Well, if I'm not in charge on my own channel, who is in charge?
Molly.
She's not real. She's just a character in the game. She can't boss me around. Anyway,
Old Bag is in charge.
the old bag is always in charge. Of course, you realize I don't even know if I'm going to be sticking around for 5 more minutes, but I suppose I have to do the rest of my outro. Speaking of my outro, in addition to myself, Dawning, and Caps Fan, you can also find other good streamers on the Bulb Garden channel, such as Mochi and Dapper Cody, who normally streams Wednesday evenings, but I assume had a good reason for not streaming this evening. Or if he did stream, he had a good reason for not rating this channel, which, whatever, I don't care. Anywho, you can also find DawningWinds over on her channel when she goes live. Where's my Hoosiamajiggets? You realize, by the way, it is really difficult for me to type out this whole command the way that I have it, but it fits, so whatever. Anyway, you can find DawningWinds when she goes live on her own channel over there. And that's very exciting when she does, but you haven't for quite some time because you've been not feeling very well.
I've been not feeling very well, and I couldn't last night because I didn't get home until like 10 in the evening.
Yes, I remember that. I'm glad you made it home, though, and hopefully you will start to feel better and more well-rested and everything moving forward.
That's the idea.
Yes, good. Well, in that case, I do believe it's about time for me to wrap things up for today. What do you say?
I suppose we could wrap up, yeah.
Alright then, in that case, as always, I am Maniacal Engineer, and I'm never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down. Thank you all very much for watching, and God bless this mess. God, I have never done that in the old bag voice again, and I hope to never do it again.